Yeah. 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 Run it. Run it. Run it. Solo missions to Miami, average speed on 95 was 95. Stoned on Ocean Drive, hotel was prime. Little bit after the quarantine, but it was still live. All the restaurants had the custies eating outside. I caught a lot of looks, but they was with they man. I look and smell exotic, baby, so I understand. She wanna get erotic with me, so I had to plan. I turned into a Kuma quick and got in my demon stance. Baby, grab the sticks. Bed bugs biting all the pillow, talking lame. Kind of ejection tabs on my Jordans. Now this is baby first time ejaculating. She's a squirter now. She gets so flirtatious when I squeeze a button, hold her down. Yeah. The sex was like an angelic demon dance. Should've made her sign a waiver in advance to make it clear that she got a share. Either you compete or you can drown in fear. You can complete the task or disappear. Bring something edible to my table, come grab a chair. If you ain't doing shit, then baby, guess what? You can't get the dick. One thing I can't stand up for is a lazy bitch. Golden double crosses on my yak and you can't get a sip. Golden dick on me, baby, and you can't get the tip. Bed bugs biting all the pillow, talking lame. Kind of ejection tabs on my Jordans. Now this is baby first time ejaculating. She's a squirter now.
You win.
My bad. Hey, yo, my bad. I was mute. My bad. What's up? Brian, let's go in the building. Let's go. Brian's in the building. Carlton Wade is in the building. What's cracking? I command you to heal. What is cracking? What's up with you guys today? Yes, we have a full packed rundown of the show. Got a lot of topics to discuss. I've been gone for a little bit. I want to take, like one last summer break real quick before we got back to the grind and got back to this fourth quarter mission we're on for the subscribers, for the lives and everything. Like I said, it's about to be fall, winter time. Summer's ending. Ain't nothing wrong with, hanging out for the summer. But we do have a few things we got to discuss today. So I want to make sure that we get, everything organized. Salute Gift and the Curse podcast in the building. Yes, my sister is here. Carlton Wade is here. Like I said, yeah, Give a Curse podcast. We are here right now in the building. Salute. I wanted to I was trying to go live last week. Honestly, I was just kind of waiting on some people and some things because I wanted to do some collaborations. That's the only reason why I didn't go live last week, because I thought I was going to be going live. Let me put my phone on charger real quick. I was going to be going live with a few people in one particular Friday night, but once I didn't get the confirmation they want to go live, I was just like, bro, I ain't gonna force the show anything. And then yesterday, I was supposed to go live with Sunday. Me and Sunday supposed to do something, but she flaked or something. I guess she flaked. I don't know where the hell she went, but yesterday I could have been here. But I was like, you know what? Let me give Sunday the full day schedule to whatever she wants to cook up with the lady we're supposed to go live with. You get a full day to get it cracking. She did not get it cracking, so now here we are. Please, everybody hit that like button. Melanated Brown, salute FBJ, like and share. Thank you so much, Melanated Brown. Thank you so much. Like I said, maybe take a little break, but we got some things to talk about. I don't even want to take up too much of your time, to be honest, man. That's not topic related because we got a long show. We might be here for a couple hours, easy. So if you ain't got nothing to do today, this is a perfect place to be. First off, let's just break it down. Drake bought a death row chain that a lot of people was running around here with a lot of content, a lot of people getting upset, getting to their feelings about Drake buying this death row chain. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people from the West Coast, a lot of Kendrick Lamar stands, a lot of Dark Kenny people were really up in arms about it, which I didn't really find too much problem with it. But apparently, according to Suge Knight and according to what's his name, Reggie Wright, former Death Row security, and Tupac collector / historian, and Whack 100. So according to like 3 really extremely verifiable, Whack would be like the 4th, but I would just say like Whack is good West Coast connection. But between Suge Knight, who ran Death Row, Reggie Wright, who ran security and the LAPD leg of Death Row, and the Tupac collector and historian who actually was working with Death Row and which was instrumental in launching the Death Row website and collects a lot of Tupac merch, he came out and said that it was fake. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like I said, yeah, I gave, not even to get get back up. Yeah, I gave Sunday like all the time in the world. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want to go live, do a show? Because one thing about me, man, if anyone want to do live, go live or do a show, do some content, bro, like we can do it. Because either way, ain't shit. I'm gonna keep going live. We're gonna keep going live. We're gonna keep, doing our thing over here at Florida Boy J. But yeah, man, let me see. I hope you got Thug on the list. He snitched. We do got some album reviews. We are reviewing a few albums. We'll talk about Young Thug too, but until he drops some music, we gotta talk about people who are dropping some music. But yeah, man, so Drake got the fake chain, allegedly. And it kind of got broken news today. Then academics called these guys earlier today. So we have that exclusive audio. Academics called and verified that the chain was fake. So whoever Drake bought that chain from finessed him. And we're going to be going down on that. Just to let you know, there's going to be a heavy Drake for the first leg of the show because there's a lot of news. He called out Rob Markman. Rob Markman responded because, Drake, he, fire shots, hides his hand, or just he takes certain shots at certain people. It's fine. Like I said, I don't mind him doing what he's doing. We just got to cover it. He's doing this, another podcast show, that girl, Bobby Altoff, whatever. That is a room for contention because he's going out. Hey, listen, and you know what? It's funny, a gift and a curse. When you say Drake's going out sad, I would say you were team Drake in the battle. And for even you to kind of start saying, hey, man, Drake's going out sad, it's kind of becoming obvious to a point where, like, if you have any objectivity, you should probably be able to see with your own eyes that this isn't going too good for Drake. This isn't going too good for Drake. Yeah, and it's funny that he bought a fake chain, dog. It's crazy. But like I said, he's going at Rob Markman, but you're not even performing any of your diss tracks on tour. I don't like what's going on. I haven't seen one Family Matters performance since that song dropped, and we've seen Not Like Us everywhere. Even Drake is overseas. When we left his hotel, it was a white boy rapping Not Like Us while Drake was getting in his security bus. I would play that, but I don't want to get copyrighted. But yeah, so Drake is going to do another Bobby Altoff interview. It was that white girl he was sitting in the bed with. We're going to run that clip too. Again, a lot of black people in hip hop media have a problem with Drake shitting on hip hop media. The same people who pick sides and shitted on him during the battle. But these same people, I can see this side, these same people are mad and irritated that Drake is not giving them a look, and he's giving these white platformers, these streamers, these podcasters, he's giving them attention and getting on their platform and elevating them while shitting on hip hop traditional platforms. They're not going to like that. They're not going to hit like Not Like Us. Yeah, of course they're not going to, the diss tracks won't. But yeah, so again, it seems like we're going round and round with Drake. It's a cycle. It's like he tries to be hip hop, embarrasses himself, then he makes fun of hip hop, and then runs off to white content creators. And then the same people who are clowning him on hip hop clown that, or they start crying that he doesn't contribute or give them looks. So at this point, to me, hip hop media sounds like a bunch of whiny bitches, and Drake is acting like a scorned bitch. So I just see two hoe ass niggas on both sides. I see a bunch of hip hop media niggas who glaze Drake or shit on him and they get mad that they don't get a look. And I see Drake who shits on these same people and the culture and then turns around and runs with non-black content creators and wonder why he has all this animosity towards him. That's just something I pretty much have seen. And I'm just going to call it for what it is. And as we move forward with the topic, so like I said, right now, I'm just running down everything we're going to be talking about today so you guys have a clear understanding of where the show is going to be going. Billboard lists the top R&B and hip hop artists of the last 21st century. So Billboard released their list, the top R&B and hip hop artists of the 21st century. We're going to be going down that. We're going to be having a conversation circled around that topic. So, and after we end that, we got to go to the Lil Nas X situation. We're not going to be talking that for too long, but remember he was high in LA. Then he got arrested for, I think, felony assault charges on a police officer. And then he showed up in court. And then we have court footage that dropped today. And also we have his first statements since being arrested. So he speaks. So we're going to have a few things for Lil Nas X. Snoop Dogg actually came out and has made some homophobic comments, right? I think it's safe to say if you say you are scared or fearful of anything gay, I think that kind of does make you, in a sense, homophobic. Do I think Snoop stepped in it this time? I think Snoop Dogg pisses off people more than you know. I just think in this situation, he pissed off a certain demographic of people that aren't used to Snoop Dogg pissing them off, and now they're ringing the alarm. They're having a problem. But if you think about it, Snoop Dogg has pissed off a lot of people from the West Coast. Snoop Dogg has pissed off a lot of people in hip hop. Snoop Dogg has pissed off a lot of people on the left for performing at a crypto event by a conservative sponsor or something like that. But everybody's cool because as long as Snoop isn't pissing off the people you like, it's not a problem. Just like Carlton Way said, Snoop might be in real trouble right now. We're going to see. But I'll also, before we get into that topic too, I'll also say that I think you got to let people speak how they want to speak. And if somebody is telling you what makes them uncomfortable naturally, or what they have concerns or fear about, we shouldn't chop it up to them being ignorant or hateful. I don't think he hates what he was commenting about, but if he has fears and concerns about what he brought up, we shouldn't be so much on attack mode. That's what I think before we get on that. Rampage Jackson's son crashed out and beat up a white boy, right? We've seen that. We've seen how that went down. That was pretty crazy. We have Rampage Jackson's statements. And the guy, he came out and released some statements too. But we're not going to show the footage of him getting beat up because YouTube's going to ban us. I'm reading it out. Yeah, we still got Umar selling dates for $500. Charleston White prays for Bootsy ahead of his federal sentencing. I do have some exclusive footage of Fat Joe and Swiss Beats jamming with R. Kelly pretty recently, not since he's gotten locked up, but if you look at the footage, looks like right before R. Kelly got locked up. And I wonder why Fat Joe ain't went on his podcast and told the story of him singing "Step in the Name of Love" with R. Kelly. Essence Press. Okay, so I want to say salute to FBA, salute Black Americans. We have spoken, and our voice has been heard. Essence president and CEO Caroline Wanga steps down of Essence magazine after the Essence Fest debacle happens. We were talking about that. Cardi B and her anti-Black statement, she spitting on a Black woman and calling her racial slurs. Cardi B was in court today for, I guess she got sued for physical assault. And the person who was suing Cardi B took the stand and said Cardi B said racial slurs and spit on her. So are we going to hold Cardi B accountable for her anti-Black behavior, knowing that she benefits and she sells to Black women, but she's sitting there spitting on one and calling them a derogatory name? I don't know if she called them the Hardy R, but we got to go into that. I'm going to wrap the show up. Yep, Fat Joe, just like R. Kelly. Hey, man. Allegedly. We're going to be diving into that. I know last week we seen Amanda Seales grifting off of foundational Black American talking points. So we're going to skim through that a little bit. Her, Roland Martin, it's a lot of these people, if you've been peeping, a lot of people on the Democratic side and Republican side are using foundational Black American talking points to grift on a new agenda to get, I don't know if they're trying to get Black votes. I don't know if they're trying to co-opt the grassroots movement right before midterms or the election. I don't know, but we got to talk about that. Black conservatives are cooked to me. I think that Amanda Seals Jubilee interview did a lot of irreparable damage to Black Republicans because they all came up there and they fit a certain look, a certain stereotypical look. Number one, that was the first red strike. Number two, a lot of tethers, a lot of non-Black Americans speaking. And I think three, they didn't really have anything to combat Amanda on. And like I said before, I think the biggest knock that I've seen to Black Republicans so far in this Trump era was that Jubilee interview, because they did not have their best representatives, right? And if that is their best representatives, then I think they showed how ignorant their talking points are, how little experience they have in the real world, and how similar they sound to Black liberals. We're going to go down a little bit. And new music releases. Said in the show, we're going to be here for a couple hours. Gunna release a new album. We're going to do a review on that. And all these are going to be quick rundown reviews. I can do a longer show when we're breaking down these songs and these albums in details. But Gunna dropped a new album. We're going to talk about that. Young Noonie dropped a new album. We're going to talk about that. Chance the Rapper, Offset, Ghostface Killer, Earl Sweatshirt, and Lupe Fiasco. I have scores and reviews for all those albums, so we're gonna really break that down. Let me go back. He liked a little. Oh, you talking about Fat Joe? Man, listen. We're gonna watch the video. Cardi B is not Black. I'm sorry, Cardi B is not Black. She's not Black. She's not in the court. She's not Black. I'm sorry, Killer, but she's not. It's not Cardi B held accountable. She got away with having Transformers, great men. Yeah, she's Dominican and Trini. I know black, Poppy. I don't want to hear she Black. I don't want to listen. Every time motherfucker get in trouble, bro, they always want to switch races. Nah, you ain't Black. Cardi B is Hispanic. Okay, she's not even Afro-Latina. Cardi B is Hispanic. We seen both her parents. Her parents only look Black. So, as we proceed to give you guys what you need, hit the like button. Cash App $ Florida Boy J. Rent about to be due. And it's time to pay it. So we're going to go ahead and get this Art of Dialogue video cranked up. What's the word I'm looking for? What do they say? Fair use. Fair use. And what's the other one people say? Fair use and salute this Art of Dialogue, guys. I just don't want to get hit with copyright, so we're not gonna play the whole thing. Make sure we got this on video. Wow. All right, let's go.
You gotta make sure your health is on point, man.
Always. Hey, some people is 2 night sleeps and wake up and they probably gone, either natural causes or somebody probably knock them down. So we pray for them ahead of time.
Yes, indeed. So, Suge, I got to ask you, since you was the one passing out the death row chains back then, how you feel about Drake buying Pac death row chain?
Well, I'm quite sure it's not true. But the only person that asks, when I came up with the idea to make the death row chains, one, it never been done before. Two, it was like wearing it was like having your flag, your rag. You can't tuck it. It means something. So, only person I got death row chains, and I'm the only one handing them out. I gave one to Snoop at first, and Snoop felt that death row chain is going to cause too much controversy. He said he ain't trying to be squabbling up or running. So I made him a dog paw chain. And if you notice on that picture we all had on black, you'll see Snoop wearing a dog paw. Andre had a death row chain. Buntry had a death row chain.
So I'm pausing this right now because pretty much what Suge Knight is trying to do, I'm pausing for 2 reasons. Number one, so I don't get hit with any copyright strikes for repurposed content. But I'm also going to break this down to, he's really telling you how many real official death row chains were made. He's going down a list and telling you how many people got death row chains. So it's not a lot. He can name everybody who got one. So if they don't trace back to the people he personally gave these chains to, then they not real. I'm just giving you some background. This is Suge Knight calling in from the pen, verifying if this death row chain that Drake bought is real. Go back.
Heron, Pendant, Neckbone, Drake. You know, I can go on. There was a few of the homies. None of the bitches on death row had death row chains. The Dog Pound didn't even have death row chains. I made them dog paws for them. When Pac came home, I went to go visit Pac. And when I got Pac out, he came home and we was going somewhere at the time. He said, "Oh, I can kill all your niggas. They all got those death row chains." I'm like, "Shit, I'm gonna make you one." He was like, "Shit, you my big bro. Let me wear yours. That's more important. I don't want a first one. I want to wear the one you got." So my death row chain at the time was full of diamonds on the chain and full of diamonds on the bezel. Pac came home and got that chain. Not after Christmas, not after New Year's. He already had it. And 1,000%, I heard a few people say that it was something wrote on there. One should run on that chain or the charm. Definitely not the chain, but the charm. On the back, it wasn't nothing. And it was one of the best jewelers in California. This guy always come with great diamonds, the best of the gold, the best of all the shit. Now Drake bought that chain. Drake go back and keep their drawers up there. But I don't go hard about it because ain't Drake bought. And I believe Drake really admired Tupac and liked Tupac. I know in one of his songs, he was talking about, so they say he was talking about how he was listening to some songs that Dad had some Pac verses that he was supposed to have. And, you know, we ended up getting it back. It was a sad day for Dad. Got touched up a little bit. That's the past. But more importantly,
so real quick, so Suge Knight pretty much is saying that real quick that he put hands and feet, or somebody put hands and feet on Daz for some unreleased Tupac records. But let me go because it's almost done.
I feel that it's sort of weird that everybody want to rewrite history. They said they had a death row chain. Nobody had a bitch ain't never had a death row chain or a row chain. Never in life. But if Drake really trying to do something out of Tupac, he should get at a motherfucker who really fuck with Tupac all the time, still today. Stop fucking with those weirdos who was jealous and hating on Tupac. It had something to do with his downfall. You is gonna fuck with him, Drake.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
Make sure you hang with him in the privacy of your own home. Yeah, that's about it. You know, when it's all said and done, that's not a Tupac chain. That's not a death row chain. But back to Drake. Whoever sold you that chain, Drake, you need to go beat his motherfucking ass. He played you. Matter of fact, on the low, shoot that fool, name and number. Address if you got it.
You hear that? He told Drake. Man, he told Drake, man, listen, whoever sold you that death row chain, get it back. Give me their number, give me their address. You got robbed, you got finessed. They sold you a fake death row chain, and you probably bought it because you're probably fucking with the people who don't really fuck with Pac like that and got connected with the wrong people and got finessed. Though, and you know, people say Suge Knight is a liar, Suge Knight is this and that. But at a certain point, bro, you got like, and people who hate Suge Knight or whatever, I understand, but it's just like, you got to understand that you may not like Suge Knight, but he knows what he's talking about, especially when it comes to death row, especially when it comes to the things he created, branded, and gave out. So if Suge Knight, the nigga who, the face of death row, is telling you that's a fake chain, strike one. Now, we know he's a hater. We know he lies and he says things that go viral. But he didn't diss Drake. I don't think he has a problem with Drake. I think he really just was being honest. Like, hey, that's not real. That's not real. And we got Reggie Wright. He comes up and says something, but just gonna read a few comments. Let's go. Yep, hit that like button, share, subscribe. What else we got? Star Pointing been the same since you left. Yeah, it's all good. You know, the best part about it all is that we got our own platforms. You know what I'm saying? That's why you gotta, you know, if you got time, build your own shit. So, you know what I'm saying? If something weird goes down, guess what? You could just go live on your own show and you can just keep going live. Yeah, Jake is crazy. Didn't they say Suge has early dementia? Maybe he does, but I think he doesn't sound like he has early dementia. He told Jake that, not Drake. Listen, bro. Drake got the fake chain. The guy who sold the chain probably back in his homeland. Exactly. Hey man, that's long gone. Drake sound like Drake got finesse, but we got somebody else. If you guys don't believe me, that's fine. You don't have to believe me. We have Death Row Security. Reggie Wright. We have him now speaking on the chain. Hit the like button, share and subscribe. Like I said before, man, we're going to be talking about this topic for just a moment, but we're going to go down every step, every angle, and get all the information. So this is Reggie Wright breaking down what he thinks.
Drake. Y'all see in the news, Drake believes, and shout out to Drake. I don't have a problem with Drake. If he loves Tupac like most of us do, and a lot of y'all do, I know my partner John does. So he out there and he got the money. It's nothing to him to buy all this merchandise that he believes is Tupac. And that's closely related to Tupac. Drake, all I want to advise you, bro, is I saw on the back of the chain that says "All Eyes on Me" 1996, presented to Tupac, "All Eyes on Me" 96 or something like that. Well, just so that you know, Suge gave those chains out to people, especially the first round of chains in 1995. Y'all listen to that clown Daz. He said he met him at the airport and gave it to him.
So is he saying Daz met Drake at the airport and gave it to him? I'm trying to figure out, I mean, and I'm saying this too. It's not only the guys who was running Death Row saying that chain was fake, but there are literally two guys, like, and this is what you gotta understand. And this is the smoking gun for me. When two people who don't like each other are telling the same story without speaking to each other and have come up to an agreement without a conversation because their stories line up, then who's lying? Who's cap? Why would Reggie Wright and Suge Knight, two people who have publicly and recently came for each other, called each other liars, cappers, niggas who make fictitious stories to go viral, right? They come each other's necks quite often, are telling you the same story, giving you the same timeline, like what Suge Knight said. Man, I was giving out those chains back in 94, 95, before Snoop beat his murder case. You know what I'm saying? By the time Pac came home, which in 95, we already had chain made. He had the chain. Reggie Wright saying all the chains he gave out was in 95. He wasn't really giving out no Death Row chains, 96, 97. And ain't no women had no Death Row chains. What Suge Knight said, man, ain't no women had no Death Row chains. So, like I said, bro, when two people who are ops have stories to corroborate each other's, and they don't have any communication, then I believe the two people, there's no louder truth than when two ops have the same story. That's just how I feel. I don't see the point. Purchase damage chain anyways. Yeah, my point, I'm going to say this. If a nigga died, I don't want nothing you got. I don't want your chain. And especially like if you got murdered, right? Like if somebody said, "Hey, yo, I got the jacket. Let me move the ISO on me." If somebody was like, "Hey, yo, FBJ, I got Michael Jackson's Beat It jacket." Nigga, let me get that. Well, I know Michael Jackson allegedly got murdered, but still, if you got Michael Jackson's Beat It jacket, yo, let me get it. I would give me Michael Jackson's Beat It jacket. I will wear that motherfucker tomorrow. If somebody was like, "Hey, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, Like I'm just trying to think of like somebody else, bro. If there was like, you know, shit, I'm trying to think about who didn't get killed. I'm really trying to think. They're like, hey, yo, we got O.J. Simpson, right? They're like, yo, we got O.J. Simpson's murder knife. Or we got O.J. Simpson's Bronco. We got O.J. Simpson's Buffalo Bill jersey, juice on the loose. He died of natural causes. I'll wear that. Somebody would be like, hey, bro, we got Prince's guitar. Let me get that. You know what I'm saying? And even with Biggie, there's like, hey, yo, we got the Biggie Coogee sweater. That's cool, but like if you've been murdered, I don't think I want any of your clothes. If you've been murdered, I don't think I want your chain. Like you've been murdered, like Tupac, he was murdered, right? They killed him. I don't want a Tupac chain. I'm sorry. I don't want to walk around with the same death row chain Tupac had on when he got shot. Don't give me, oh man, we got the Versace shirt Tupac had on. Keep it. I don't want no merch of a dead nigga. I don't want no, hey, yeah, Tupac died. I don't want that. I'm sorry. You gotta feel me. I don't want no Tupac merch. Especially a chain. Especially if I'm rapping. Like, what are we talking about? Like, this is all off salute kill. This is off your comment. I don't understand why Drake is buying Tupac's ring, buying his chain. But I do understand it on a level where they say he's a historian. He likes to buy certain artists and stuff. Like he bought I think Pusha T's mic before he blew up. Certain things, yeah, I understand. But even as a huge Tupac fan, right? Like the guy who bought the BMW Tupac got shot in. Bro, I don't want that car. I'm not sitting in that car. I'm not looking around in that car. Like when I go to Vegas, I drive on the street that Tupac was shot on, right? I've been doing that since the first time I went to Vegas. I feel something when I'm there, not something spiritual. I just feel something in my soul of just seeing scenically some of the same mountains, some of the same terrain, some of the last images he saw. I go to LA, I go off of Fairfax by Wilshire and the museum when I'm in that area in Los Angeles where Biggie got killed. I feel something, nothing spiritual, supernatural, just looking around and seeing some of the last things Biggie seen. When Nipsey died and the block on Crenshaw was open before they closed it, and I went out there. It was super eerie. That was probably the weirdest feeling I got. But just the imagery of what the last things people seen, that's as close as I'm going to get to touching or disturbing or being around murdered people's aura. Because I don't, thank you. The energy don't be right in those areas. So if I don't really want that energy, why I don't want to be in possession of the things that were physically on the body of those people who were taken away from us prematurely. It's like buying King Von's chain. Thank you. If I buy King Von's chain, like what do I expect? I'm not saying I'm gonna get murdered too, but I think things, especially jewelry, metals, golds, minerals, I believe that even more than clothes carry energy. I mean, clothes definitely carry your energy spirit. I'm pretty sure some of Tupac's clothes have been like air sealed tight to if you open them up and smell the shirt, it probably smells like the cologne he had on when he had it on, or probably smells like the way like his body odor smelled or something like that. So all these things do hold a level of energy to them. And I just think people should be more aware and more cognizant of buying certain memorabilia or attaching themselves to a certain energy that you may not want to be replicated on your life. That's all I'm saying. I don't think channeling niggas and wearing dead, like if I'm not wearing Tupac, that
wasn't true. But he did give it to him sometime when Tupac had his chain in 1995. I know a lot of y'all don't like to listen to Reggie Wright. So I'm sure John will post a picture at him in the Dog Pound at the House of Blues or somewhere like that where Tupac had that Death Row chain on in 1995.
So, and that chain said 1996. Reggie Wright said, nigga, that chain was, let me go back to this point right here with the Drake interview. Because I want you guys to see what I'm talking about really quick. Because Reggie Wright just said that chain was given out in 95. If you guys can look on the screen right here. Is it this screen? Hold on, let me see what's on here really quick. So I want to show you guys. Actually, let me remove this. The one that Drake posted clearly says 1996. Just let me get to it. Give me one bow. Yeah, right here. Now look at it. On the side, you see clearly, put it on full screen, this is 1996. You have Suge Knight and Reggie Wright saying the chain Tupac got was in 95. MJ right in those areas and DNA. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what we get here, and salute to academics, because academics came here and
hold on, watch this. I'm gonna send you a real call.
Yeah. So here we go.
It's still there. You can go buy it right now, bro. On my mama. So now you look at. Let's start with the chain. I'm gonna send you a picture of the owner of the car, bro. Right now, watch. Hold on, where do that? The owner nigga. Right? Look at the side by side one.
Okay.
Look at the bell space on the left and the bell space on the right. It's too tight on the left. Then when you look at the thickness of the chair, that shit on the fake one is thinner than what the real thickness is on the real one. Like Suge even tell you, they know what the chain at.
Yeah. Suge actually just dropped an episode just now.
See, I didn't even know that. But Suge is the only nigga that passed him out. Now watch this. Remember I told you this. Reggie and another nigga, but it has some more duplicates made up. Watch. I'm gonna call the nigga Reg right now. Watch. This is breaking shit. I ain't supposed to be telling you this, but fuck it. Hold on.
Now pause. Now you see what he just said. Act told Wack, yo, Reggie and them just dropped a video saying the chain ain't real. You seen what and before he said that, he like, bro, I'm not even cool with Suge. Suge said the chain was fake. So you seeing how Suge, I'm telling you, Suge, Wack, Reggie, all in agreement with the timeline, the chain's authenticity, and the dates. Like I said before, 3 very argumentative old West Coast niggas all agreeing. Come on, bro. You can't get Wack and Reggie and Suge to agree on the time of day if they all had the same watch. All 3 of them don't have ties to Kendrick Lamar, and they're all agreeing that the chain is fake. If you are a Drake Glazer, I'm sorry, but I don't know how much information you need, and I don't think this is something that is disputable at this point. But we're just gonna go ahead and finish this. So
you're saying Drake got bamboozled?
Okay. I don't want you to get mad at me because I don't know if you can let this go. Now, we all know the original Death Row chains, Suge would handle them personally. But it's you and another nigga did another little batch of them. I forget dude's name. Reggie? Reg, you there? You there?
I'm here.
I'm sorry. Okay. We all know Suge would pass out the original Death Row medallions and shit personally. But you or somebody else, I believe, I forget that nigga name, y'all made another batch.
I made it with I made a batch with this jersey named Mike. The ones that say the row and the ones that say Death Row, but they were white metal. That was like in 2000.
And the bell is tighter than the original. The hoop on that bell. On the original ones, it's some space there. That shit Shaw and the other nigga did, it was a little tighter. That's how we could tell.
The bells are definitely. I won't get my partner John on the phone because he knows this more. I'll merge him in right quick. So I was just
merge John. Come on, white boy John, he really knows.
Yeah, John got to run the phone first. Is this academic on the phone with us?
Yeah,
I'm on the phone.
I'm on the phone.
Yeah, shout out.
You know, act my brother, so I give him the.
Let me say, respect to you, academics. I never met you or talked to you. Watch your show a lot. Respect all that you do, brother.
Appreciate
all you do. Yes, sir. Hey, John, we on the phone with I got you on the phone with WAC 100 and his partner, academics. I don't know if they taping or not, Okay, no, we live.
Yeah, we are live.
Okay, live. John, hold on, John. Listen, I don't want you to hold nothing back. Ask my brother. He does a lot for me. I do a lot for him. Reg already know what time it is. But from my recollection, Suge on the original Death Row medallions, he handled passing those out personally. But I remember Reggie and somebody else.
I'm gonna pause this again because, like I said, Wack got the Wack got the content from Clubhouse to Tupac. Wack got the content, man. We got to salute Wack with the content, 100%. So you hear what Suge is saying. I mean, not Suge, but you hear what Wack is saying. Wack is literally telling you there was another batch made. He's calling, like I said, he called Reggie directly. We just seen Reggie speak on it. We got a good timeline today, right? So far, we have Suge Knight calling in the former Death Row CEO, head honcho, calling in, saying the chain was fake, saying when the chains were originally made and when they were originally given out and who they were originally given out to. Then you have Reggie Wright, head of Death Row Security, calling in, not even calling in, on his own separate platform, saying that chain is fake. Now we have Wack on the phone with Reggie, and Wack is pretty much regurgitating the same thing Suge Knight said, who's in prison. And Reggie, who's not cool with Suge Knight at all, is agreeing with everything Wack is saying that Suge said. Suge, somebody that Reggie don't fuck with Suge, they do not fuck with each other. But they are agreeing on one thing, and that the chain is fake. And I'm going to continue.
Had another batch made, and we can always tell the difference. What was the difference?
Well, to be fair, on the original Death Row chains, Suge gave them out initially, but when he went away, Reggie did get some of the original ones out in 97 and 98 to people that were at Death Row, like the Realist or Top Dog or Suge, for example. But those were the ones where, if you look at them in music videos or in photos, they're ones where they were yellow gold, but just the man in the chair was in diamonds, not the letters, just the man. And those were the ones that Buntry had. Yes, those are original ones because Buntry had those, Trayvon had those, Neckbone had those. But then later, and I think it was around like the end of 99 or in 2000, Reggie got them made because that was when white gold was like the big shit. You know, like everybody wanted white gold. So he got some white gold ones made.
But Reg, I'm going to put you on the spot because one of my little partners, that's your partners, that used to live in the townhome over there, our rapper guy, right, that we love so much, he used to tell me what my homie from my set had. Now
I'm going to pause this really quick. because we're going to keep getting back to the story. But like I said, I want to speak throughout this one. Shakiri, you're right. Drake has too much money not to be doing his homework and be vetting who he's getting these things through, number one. And number two, I don't understand as much. I'm so much with you, Shakira, that before they said the chain was fake, I would have never thought Drake would have bought a fake Death Row chain. Not because I just think Drake can do no wrong. I just thought Drake had way too much money and he is way. But think about this, Shakira. Now that you say that, Drake got too much money to not be doing his homework. Is it that he has too much money not to be doing his homework? Or let me throw this out to everybody. Is it despite how much money Drake has, he is still not connected with hip hop enough, close enough to the authenticity of hip hop and who is really holding some of these items close enough to where he can be scammed and the people he trusts still cannot penetrate the inner nucleus of hip hop and what he is trying to represent in a nostalgic way? What if Drake really isn't hip hop? What if Drake, no matter how much money he has, is still locked out by the gatekeepers who could have got him the authentic Death Row chain? Because what you're saying doesn't make sense. He has too much money not to be doing his homework. What if it don't matter how much money he has, Drake can't get into that sector of authentic hip hop and authentic hip hop memorabilia? What if that's just the case? Because right now, the amount of money he has and the things he has access to, it does not add up that the fact that he would be around somebody who would sell him a fake Death Row chain and would not be able to get it verified. Like, why didn't you got all this money? Why didn't you call Reggie? Why didn't you call these people? Why? Like, if Act can get all these niggas on the phone on a Tuesday afternoon, I'm pretty sure Drake could have got the right people on the phone on a Tuesday afternoon or whenever he bought this chain. So either he is very ignorant to the process, he's very ignorant with who he shops with, or maybe he just didn't care to vet. He just wanted this to be a moment. Maybe he didn't think, I don't know, but I'm just very surprised, just like you are, that this chain is fake.
Like his. So did Pooh Rider have one of the other ones you made?
No. See, we just started making them until I never made any gold ones. I only made white metal because I got to remember the platinums and the white metals was in the late '90s. That's when everybody had no platinum watches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so we were going to the white. We did white gold, but everybody was calling it platinum. But that shit was really white gold.
But
Yeah,
after Tupac was killed already.
Oh yeah, Tupac was gone. Yeah.
Okay, so here go the question.
Suge is the only one that made gold ones.
Medallion go? Who took?
The rumor is Fatal from the Outlaws. And they all got a story that when Tupac came to New York, he was there giving his jewelry away. Y'all can hear that on our older channel. Yep. Where they were all just passing out the gold. And so Fatal ended up getting the Death Row chain. Because then Tupac was into the euthanasia, where everybody said euthanasia chain, but it's actually called Machiavelli. It was on Machiavelli chain. And so that's what a lot of people get confused with. I really think they were doing a grab for jury, after Tupac had passed. And then even the mother ended up getting on, not his mother, I'm talking about the adopted mother. Yasmin, that's the ring that she got that she just sold for $1 million. So all we just saying is the chain that Drake unfortunately purchased, no fault to Drake. It wasn't Drake's fault.
Definitely
This is not a chain that Tupac has ever worn.
Really?
No chain was made until about the 2000s.
And I can send you a picture of Tupac's academics if you want to see it. Where when you see this photo, oh, you did. Okay, when you see that photo,
I sent him the picture. Pac on, and I sent him the picture of his original chain in the hand.
Okay. And one dead giveaway academics that you can always tell is on Tupac's, the belt, the man sitting in the chair, the belt that the guy is wearing. On Tupac's, he always has 5 diamonds. And if you look at the photo that I sent you, you'll see it has 5 diamonds. You look at the one that Drake bought, it has 4 diamonds. And correct me if I'm wrong, Reggie, but Suge never engraved anything on the back of those.
He never engraved anything. I started that. I did that with the ones on the roll ones. Yep. And then I started doing a number because people were starting to find them.
Yeah.
We wanted to know who was serial. So I put serial numbers on the back. But those are all white gold and
white, no yellow gold. Yeah.
One more thing I like to say. Suge over there on art right now, he just did an interview. He's kind of telling a few lies and that y'all can all verify. Of course, he want to try to say like Daz in that one. Y'all done seen Daz?
Yeah, we ain't tripping. Okay. Those other people. The elephant in the room is Pac. We ain't got to get.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to say how Suge. We got to watch what he says. We can't take everything for granted what he says because I don't know if he's just purposely lying.
One thing we do know, Suge know what the chain, what the medallion look like, because it's his shit. He know that. Like,
correct. Yeah. But to Reggie's point, this isn't like Drake, went and bought something false. Like he didn't know. Like most people, if you haven't had one of these, it's hard to look at a photo and tell the difference until I point it out to you guys. Like the number of diamonds in the belt and things like the loop on the bail and all that stuff. Like the average person's not going to see that. So it's nothing on Drake that he did anything wrong. It's just, and I even believe, I saw the website where the guy who sold it to him had it listed and he has legitimate stuff up there. So I don't even think that guy knows that it wasn't Tupac's one. I think whoever got it to him is the one who played them and maybe re-engraved it or whatever they did. But I say all that to say it's not a diss on Drake, like, oh, he took an L. It's nothing like that. It's more along the lines of, unless you know the shit and study the shit, it's hard to tell what's what.
Oh, and by the way, I just realized what you guys are saying is true. There, on the one that is original, it is 5 diamonds in the middle, and the other one is 4.
And if you look at
this is what I'm trying to tell you, like, here go the thing, bro. This real shit. I'm gonna beat my chest, right? Listen.
I'm gonna pause this again just to jump in and out of the content. See, little details like that is why you fire your jeweler or who handles the verification of your jewelry. Because if one has 4 diamonds and the other has 5, the amount of money you're spending, why aren't you verifying these things? Just like Shakira said, Drake has too much money not doing his homework to the point where I think what Shakira is saying is no matter what or how it got through quality control, Drake has too much money not to even be paying the right historians to verify. Drake has too much money not to be crossing his I's and dotting his T's to make sure this chain is real. Because if you got multiple people who can just get on a phone call and verify it based off of pictures, then Drake, you should have spent that extra couple grand just to get it verified. And I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have to spend anything to get WAC 100 to call. Like, certain people can just get favors depending on who they are. I'm pretty sure Drake wouldn't have to get anybody, wouldn't have to give anybody any extra money to get a few Death Row affiliates on the phone to verify this. So Sha'Carri, once again, either way you look at it, your point stands firm. Drake has too much money for this to slip through the cracks.
I know a lot, and the whole lot I don't know. But the whole lot I don't know, my friends know because they was right here. Now, John right here, I'm going to be real. Outside of Reggie, and you heard what Reggie just said, when it comes to Death Row history, he is the fly on the fucking wall. He is the trusted one. He knows all kind of shit. He just kicks back and doesn't say much, and he assists Reggie as his partner in Bomb First. He's the one you always asking Reggie questions. But when it comes to Death Row, all the uniqueness, all the intricate shit, he was right there in the building. So I'm bringing you
who do you think that?
shit.
Hey, who do you think would have certified the fake one then? Who would that guy trust?
That's what I don't know. Whoever was getting the cut of the bag.
Yeah, but it would have to be someone close enough that he felt like this person was valid.
Now we even got audio from the auction place that sold a chain before that was listed for $100,000. Where we called up there, and we know that Suge was in on that for a bag. Where the lady said, "Oh, Mr. Knight authenticated us," and we were like, "Okay." And those guys Reggie, remember those were sold too as Tupac and Snoop's, and they weren't sold. They were even sold already. And we called up there and said, "How do you guys know that they're Tupac and Snoop's?" And they said, "Oh, Suge Knight called us from prison." And I said, "Did he provide a letter for you guys of like authenticity?" And they were like, "He's supposed to, but we haven't gotten anything yet." And I was like, "Oh, you got to cover that money."
Bro, I'm telling you, watch this. Hey, Reg. Hey. They also sold Tupac's car too.
I think Drake came out and admitted that he was either trolling or he admitted that wasn't the car. But I said,
you know where it's at.
Yeah, I said you pictures. I can tell you where it's at. I can go and buy it right now. But I think in fairness to Drake, I think he did finally admit that he was trolling or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm looking at the article. So I'm wondering how much Drake probably paid for that pendant. I hope they didn't get it for a couple $100,000.
That's what
that'd be criminal.
I can only imagine. But I mean, call me crazy, guys, but I think the engraving even looks new in that photo. Yeah. Like, if you look at the 14K stamp, you can tell it's kind of dingy, kind of old and faded. But that All Eyes on You 1996, number one, he got that pendant in 1995. So that engraving doesn't even make sense because at the time that he got the pendant, he wasn't even going to call the album All Eyes on Me. He was going to call it Euthanasia.
That's one of the main points I keep pointing out. Before he said that, I kept saying, like, bro, everybody says that chain gave out. That chain was handed out in 1995. So that whole 1996 on the back of the chain is a dead giveaway. And finally, we have one of the final historians confirming it also.
And Suge told him, you know what, you need to call it All Eyes on You or whatever, or All Eyes on Me. And that's when they did that. But the engraving to me looks newer. I don't know. So
yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah,
absolutely does.
It does, right?
It does.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're not here trying to embarrass or do anything to Drake. No. My partner is actually a bigger Drake fan than you, academic. He don't like to say it publicly, but I call him a Drake fanboy daily. And so trust me, we're not here. We're just trying to, we're just trying to keep the ball and strike a strike.
Hey, how do we
get a Drake fan trying to bring him down?
How do we get Drake to the right contact? Like, if he says, you know what, man, they might have duped me, whatever. I'm hoping he gets his money back. How do we get him to get the authentic shell? Is that still around? Can you buy that?
Let me answer that, Reggie. Okay. They can provide Drake with a direct contact for the vehicle. But I strongly suggest any nigga talking about the chain, just stay away from it because you're not going to know. Unless you're looking at it and it has those details. But even then, you won't know if that was Pac's.
Yeah, correct. Only way you can probably trace that is find out the show that Fatal, wherever Fatal might have pawned it, or somebody in Fatal family. But trust me, Fatal's the last person that had that. Yeah.
And the rumor I always heard, and this is just a rumor, is that he pawned it and it got melted down. That was the rumor.
Really?
That's true.
Now the car, I just sent you a picture. That's the owner of the car. It's in immaculate condition. But I'm gonna be real with you, and I'm gonna catch some slack. Hopefully I don't. I think the car, beautified as it is, ain't worth shit. I think it was worth something like the Bonnie and Clyde car is in Vegas. If the car would have still been shot up like that, I think that was the value in the car. It ain't worth nothing put together.
And the only reason
Wait, that's the original car that Pac passed away?
Correct. Yeah, what I just sent you is the original car. We know the guy that owns it, the shop that owns it.
I helped them open the stash boxes while they reached out to me. And that's why they gave me all these pictures and stuff. Because I showed them how where the stash box was at.
Wait, so there's stash boxes in the car?
Yeah, that's how Reggie knows it's the original car because Reggie had to go open the stash boxes in the car.
Oh.
Yeah. And how would you?
Who in the world would melt it down? Somebody needed that money, man. Somebody needed money. So first topic, we just pretty much smashed down. We handled it in a good amount of time too, about under an hour. So what we found out, man, Drake, that chain is fake. I want to say everybody who was running around last few days butthurt that Drake bought a Tupac chain, I want to say you guys are goofy too, right? I want to say all the Kendrick Lamar stands, all the Pac stands, everybody who was running around outside. I just really feel like you guys are goofy as hell, even if you are pro Kendrick, pro Tupac, pro West Coast, because I personally feel like if Tupac's memorabilia is so cherished, it holds such a place in all these West Coast hip hop, gangster rap, Tupac purists' lives, why is Drake the person who gets the items every time? If y'all care so much, why don't you just buy them? Outbid Drake. I'm not saying that, it's a certain website that goes up and you guys get the alerts, whatever, or like Drake isn't going out and like physically pursuing these items. But I just think that if you guys have such a problem every time he potentially buys some Death Row memorabilia, why don't you guys just go out and fucking buy it too? Or why don't you go out and make the effort to find these things to prevent these things from happening? Because at the end of the day, before we found out that this chain was fake, the last, I want to say 2 days, everybody's been online going crazy and crashing out because Drake bought these chains. And personally, I just don't think that, as big a Tupac fan that I am, if he's continuing to buy the ring and then making a song called Meltdown, or he's standing next to the car he got shot in and that's not the real car, then obviously he's trolling you Tupac fans and you people from the West Coast and you Kendrick Lamar stands. So if that's the case and he has made it clear his intentions on what he's doing with this stuff, why haven't you guys band together and got all of the Tupac memorabilia that actually matters to you guys in the possession of people that you think can gatekeep the essence and what those materials, those notepads, those rhymes in the cars, the jewelry, the rings, all that memorabilia? Why don't you guys make sure you gatekeep that instead of throwing a fit every time Drake buys it? Because every time, to me, thank you, Carson, every time I see that Drake buys it, I'm like, well, why didn't you niggas buy it? Why didn't you historians not sell it to him? Why didn't you give it to somebody who wasn't Drake if you know that this isn't going to go over well with his audience? So I just think that, number one, the sellers of memorabilia, I think sellers of memorabilia, I'll say this, they have I could be wrong, but this is my point of view. Sellers of memorabilia like this, you have an obligation to sell the memorabilia to people who have well intentions for the person that they're buying it from or for or about. You can't give things to people that, now money is money. I just feel like you can't sell a Michael Jackson memorabilia to people who love the Beatles and hated Michael Jackson or it was envious. I just don't think you should just sell your stuff to anybody that got money to buy it, bro. That's just my bottom line on that. And to close out the topic, Drake, you got to hold this L. Personally, Drake, you got to hold this L, bro. This is an L. You told people you had a Tupac tape. You had Tupac chain, and it just comes down to the fact that you not only did you not have a Tupac chain, you had a fake Tupac chain. And in a long line of embarrassing things we have about you, here's another thing you do that's embarrassing. Another like it's like you showed up with fake FUBU. All right. And if anybody wants to comment, have a conversation, I am posting the stream in the live chat. So if you would like to hop up and contribute as a caller, feel free. And then we got Drake being petty. Okay, so here we go. Let me play this right quick. Premiere, share screen. Wow. So another, before we get done with the Drake topic,
or put some money on your head.
What was happening was Tory Lanez was rapping a Lil Wayne verse, and Mark, what's his goddamn name? I forgot his name. Rob Markman. I call it nigga Mark. Rob Markman, historical DJ, a nigga in hip hop, hosting mixtapes, hip hop head. He couldn't finish the Lil Wayne bar. Right? Fine. He couldn't finish the Lil Wayne bar, and Drake said, of course, this goof Markman couldn't finish the bar. Free Tory. Me, I don't like I said, I don't have a problem with Drake, clowning certain people, but I also feel like Drake cherry picks who he wants to talk shit to and talk shit about. Like you talking to Rob Markman, you said your fragile op is that dude. What's his name? Lacey. I forgot his name. Nigga who plays guitar and shit. Steve Lacey and shit. Like, come on, bro. This is getting embarrassing at this point. But here Drake goes pretty much. Here's the
life.
Here's the bar.
It's not cheap. You're better off dead if you can't pay the fee. Shout out my nigga Fee. See, every nigga at the door don't get a key. Outside looking in. Now tell me what you see. This is about money. This is bigger than me. I told my homie, don't kill him. Bring the nigga to me. Listen, don't miss. You fucking with the hitman. Kidnap the nigga. Make him feel like a
kid again.
Kid again. Well, that shit crazy. Some niggas cry wolf. I'm on that
personified ism. Salute. Thank you for the reposting the stream, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. We moving up. We doing our thing. Yeah. So even that Wayne bar, right? Even as you seen me rapping along with it because I grew up in that generation, that is a like. And what I do agree, I'm gonna be honest, right? Because we always can bash Drake. What I do agree with Drake on, in a certain perspective, saying Rob couldn't finish the bar. Personally, I kind of side with Drake. I know I'm moving the camera around a little bit, but I kind of side with Drake on this because I can't tell you what song that is, but I can recite the words. That's how big Lil Wayne was at a certain point. That's how big his mixtape songs, his albums were. Like, I still cannot tell you what song that's from, but I can rap the song. I can rap that shit word for Tory Lanez. I won't even remember, but the minute I hear him going, I can go. And if you are Rob Markman, if you are a hip hop historian, if this is the era that you came up in, I feel like, yeah, you probably do have to know certain things, certain songs. If you didn't know it, to me personally, that's fine. I'm not even tripping. I don't even think that's a big deal. Rob Markman don't know it, but Drake, like I said, being petty, taking shots. Please hit that like button for a starving black man. Because he went ahead and took that shot, I kind of feel Drake a little bit. But at the same time, I just think it was a cherry pick move. Cheap shot. But here's Rob. To me, he's too nice, but, it is what it is. But here's his response. Fair use. For educational purposes only.
Yesterday was an eventful day, so I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of backstory. On Sunday, a Lil Wayne fan page clipped the old 2019 interview I had with Tory Lanez on an old show I used to have on Genius called For the Record. This is back when Tory was promoting Chick State 5. At the end of every episode, I would ask the guests to recite a verse that they love, just to show that an artist can be a fan of another artist. So Tory goes on to recite Lil Wayne's classic verse from Dedication 2 off the Canon record, and he did it like in a dramatic reading kind of style. It was mad funny, but basically he gets to the end of the verse and he throws the bar to me, and I fumbled it. I missed the bar. Yes, I know the verse, but I fumbled, man. He threw the line to me. I dropped it. It was 6 years ago. I don't know what happened, but you got me. Red-handed, you got me. I missed the verse. I screwed up the line. Then Champagne Poppy leaves a comment on IG under the post. Of course, this goof Markman couldn't finish the bar. ... Free Tory. So I'm sitting there like, oh, we got jokes. A little bit of name calling, but we got jokes. I got jokes too. But I got to watch what I say because he might sue. Can't call no names. Just saying. So, but I dropped my response because it's all jokes, right? Then you know what happens after that. It becomes a story. So here's my thing. And anybody who watches me know, I also know there's a lot of new eyeballs on this, but whoever watches me know, I'm not really about disrespect. I may say I don't like a song. I may say I don't like a line. I may say, you won or you lost the battle. I may say I don't agree with the lawsuit, but it's never coming from a place of disrespect. I don't do personal attacks. I don't call anybody out their name. We all here just talking music. We talking hip hop. I just call it like I said. I also keep it all about the music. So all that abs, braids, family court, all that stuff, like I stay away from it. If it's not like directly involved with the music, I tend to stay away. And I never lied to y'all one time. Y'all may not agree with my opinion, but when it comes to facts, I don't lie. Never lied to y'all. 21 years in this thing, never lied to the people not once. So here's my thing. I know the storyline is going to attract a new energy, new viewers, just a whole lot of new whatever, right? So what I'm doing. But for me, nothing changes. A great writer once wrote, gotta know yourself. And I know myself, man. After this, I'm not coming on here with no axe to grind or just being disrespectful, because that's not me. But this hip-hop thing, this dedication to telling our stories the right way, the best way we can, yeah, that's me. And we all spend a lot of time online, so we know what happens next, right? There's going to be a lot of fan accounts, a lot of bots, a lot of negativity, a bunch of lies spread. I could see some stories being planted and all that. That's just the game today. But you're not going to catch me acting out of character. I know who I am. And to the homie, man, I get it. It's a tough time. It's a crazy time. It's a lot of stuff going on. It's got to suck. I know. This is not the way. But then again, what do I know, right? Peace.
I like what he said. I like what Rob Markman said, man, because really what Rob is pretty much trying to, say is like, bro, somebody posed a random interview. Drake commented on it unprovoked because it looks like Drake is trying to get any type of public win he can or try to prove who's less hip hop than him. Rob took the high road. Rob is like, listen, dog, somebody posted some old shit. I couldn't think of the bar on time. Okay, that was me. I'll take accountability. It's not a big deal. I shouldn't lose my hip hop card. Fine. But now, because of this story, like you said, a bunch of new followers, a bunch of new bullshit, new messages, a bunch of new stuff he has to take time out of his regular routine to navigate, avoid, pivot around or to because of the story. And instead of getting mad about it, he's like, hey, bro, it is what it is. I stand on this culture. I've contributed enough to where even you, Drake, you shouldn't be able to try to use this as an indictment to me and treat me how you don't like to be treated. So I actually like what he said. I feel like Drake did take a cheap shot at Rob. I never thought him and Rob had an issue, so I don't understand what the issue is today. But I like the fact that Rob didn't get messy. Rob didn't try to turn this into a moment for himself. Rob was pretty much like, hey, bro, I understand you're going through stuff, but you barking up the wrong tree. And instead of coming at you, what he said, he used a Drake line against him. Know yourself, bro. Know and understand that, this isn't what you really need to be focused on. Because look, Drake being nasty, laughing at Mark, being rude, talking about, oh man, cancel this guy. We got to take his hip hop card. He don't know the Wayne verse. And look how God works. You walk around here with a fake Tupac chain. I'd rather, in a million years, I'd rather get a Lil Wayne verse wrong or not be able to quote a Lil Wayne verse than walk around with a fake Tupac chain. In a chat, tell me, put one in the chat if you rather get a Tupac. I mean, put one in the chat. I'm sorry, put one in the chat if you rather get a Lil Wayne verse wrong on camera. Put a 2 in the chat if you want to be exposed for buying a fake Death Row Tupac chain. I'd rather be Rob Markman every day of the week than be Drake if we're talking about hip hop and what's not hip hop and who doesn't, who's not verified or educated enough to rap a verse or spot a fake chain. So, Suge, Rob taking the high road. And this is we're rounding out on these topics, man. We're rounding out on these topics. We got to flush a lot of this stuff out. So, if you would like to call in, like I said, here is the link to invite guests. Here's the link. I will drop that in here. But it's a lot of information and news we have to flush out. So if you want to call in, feel free. If not, let's continue to watch. Like I said, we got a lot of news we got to flush out today. So we're just going to be doing a rundown, going down these topics, playing the audios of the clips, having, some breakdowns so we can have some clippable things to put on TikTok and X and, YouTube, and continue with the show and continue rolling. Like I said, we are back from our last summer vacation and we are all ships ahead. Here we go. So Bobby Altoff is she's dropping a new podcast, and Drake is featured on her new podcast. And I think all this coincides. And the reason why we're going down this timeline with this Drake news, because, every week, it's people who have platforms and all they do is talk about Drake. Me personally, when there's Drake news, I usually let the story build up enough to we can kind of have a good context on what's happening. So if you're just new to the show, you want to rewind, Drake bought a Death Row chain. We found out it was fake. He came at Rob Markman as a hip hop media person trying to pull his card, knowing he bought a fake chain. And while Drake isolates himself from hip hop journalists and hip hop media, he runs off to white corporations and platforms again and gives them a look. Do I have a problem with it? No, I don't have a problem with it, because if it's up, it's up. If it's beef, it's beef. If you don't like Drake and Drake don't like you, I don't see what the problem is. I just don't understand why people continue to cry that Drake doesn't give you guys interviews when you take shits on him. And Drake, I don't understand why you get mad when people say you're not hip hop when you don't contribute anything to hip hop media. Outside of, yeah, we have stories about you, but are you actually breaking new hip hop media or giving new hip hop media or just traditional hip hop media? Are you giving them, are you watering those plants? Are you giving them vital looks to keep their platforms up and running? But at the same time, before I play this, I can see why not. If I feel like you niggas don't like me or you secretly hate on me, why would I give you a look? And here we go. Put this up on here. This is academics breaking down Drake and Bobby situation.
All right. So bunch of thoughts here. I think it's clear to say, and I'm going to sit here and speak to you very openly, honestly, because I do hear a lot of, not even rumblings, but there's a loud echo and a loud noise saying, yo, Drake, my brother, I think you're not reading the room here. You just went through one of the most horrifying rap battles of life, and the entire premise was trying to show or trying to say you're not someone off the culture, and you keep doing content with people who seemingly are not within hip hop. Okay. And I completely understand that. And by the way, I do kind of look at Drake like bad timing again. Now, honestly, I think this is a great business move. I just think it's bad timing. I think Drake, like, again, I could be wrong. I haven't asked him about it. It's no way he doesn't own a part of this podcast or the company that owns this podcast or is giving this woman an opportunity. With all due respect, Bobby Altoff is not a talented person. With all due respect. There is a lane for her to flourish, but especially within the lane that she is trying to cannibalize off of, without Drake walking her through the door, now, not once, but twice, she is not as effective. No one really wants to sit with her. She comes across as either condescending or absent-minded. She doesn't do great interviews, but you are doing what we've accused Jay of doing, giving someone a cultural key that maybe we don't think should even be a cultural visitor. So now you've told him they could live here. Drake has to, like, and I've spoken to many people about it. They're like, "Yo, no, Drake must be trying to fuck her." If Drake is doing this to try to fuck this chick, he's too horny. No, it's too great. No, he's too horny. He has to own part of her podcast or the network that's publishing her podcast. Otherwise, nothing makes sense. I will stick on that. Again, I would rather, and I hear the rumblings of people saying, no, Drake is just avoiding hip hop press. Like, people are like, well, yeah, he ain't gonna do nothing with you, Maul, or nobody else. He's just avoiding y'all because he don't want to answer the questions. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. I think he is going to do that in due time. And I want to believe that he has business with this woman. I will say the timing is still horrible.
I'm like, so yeah. So pretty much come on now. It is academics who is the biggest Drake PR person out here. Even Ack can't defend it. Ack is like, bro, like, come on, man. Like, do you see what we're saying at this point? Do you see why we built the story like this? 100% Rotten Podcast. What's popping, man? I know you got to be from Detroit. You got to be from Detroit. What up, though? Look at it like this, right? Like I said before, you bought the fake Drake chain, coming at Rob. Now you're bringing Bobby Altoff to around hip hop media. You're giving her extra legs in the game. I don't know. I think he's like trying to get his villain arc popping, bro. And this is something else that lines up the conversation, right?
Because he had responded to Joe.
Just give me a few moments.
In a lengthy comment under my comment section. And I was like, yo, is Drake kind of sensitive about critique? You know, he said you failed at music, you left it behind to do what you're doing, this clip, because that's what actually paid your bill. For any artist watching this, remember, you're watching a failure, give their opinion of what an idea for recipe of success is. Now, Joe was criticizing the album. So I was like, damn, why is Drake getting mad at him for criticizing the album? Turns out, and when I asked Drake, he said, it's not about what he said about the album. People, whether you like me or not, could like any song or not. But when you start summing up my album to say, oh, I'm making an album for young girls, and why am I still like, whoa, like you're making it seem like I'm you're trying to stir a narrative that's really disrespectful and really gross. Now, granted, later as he battled with Kendrick, Drake even mentions what Joe says when he was trying to, in a reverse psychology way, give some ammo to Kendrick, who didn't respond yet. He said, say that one thing about liking young girls. Just say you heard it from the Joe Budden pod. And he had said, I believe he said that in the Tupac voice or something. And I mean, shit, if you won't suggest it, we saw Kendrick definitely double down. But that's kind of been his relationship with hip hop media in a sense. I'm gonna give my opinion of what I think, and I'm entitled to be wrong. People like Elliot Wilson, I think in the game, and again, I'm gonna tell you a lot of my opinion. This ain't Drake's opinion, this is my opinion. I remember right around the time of Everyday Struggle, it still wasn't universally accepted that Drake was a rapper with all these classic albums. He was kind of like seen as a good rapper, but he's never had like a Reasonable Doubt, or they didn't want to stamp his music as just like the quintessential height of what music would be, which is classic and perfect albums. They would act like, yeah, he's like a guy who make hits. They would try to give him the Nelly treatment. Notice the Nelly. Yeah, he makes hits, but like they wouldn't like. And if you had mentioned Drake, like say you're like, yo, what are your top 5 albums of all time? If you had mentioned Drake, people would kind of look at you like. Now, granted, that's coming from the time where people are like hip hop elitist in terms of, yeah, if you mention Nas, you're good. Rakim, you're good. You mention the God, Raekwon, like you're good. Like that shows you know hip hop. But Drake was, not so much Kanye. Kanye changed his sound. It was a pink polo backpack wearing guy. But Drake was the difference with, yo, he could really rap, but he's a singer too.
I don't want to play all that. Just activists talking about this shit all day. But pretty much, it's just encompassing what I'm saying, man. Drake and hip hop media never really have seen eye to eye, and ever since the battle, is like whatever severed relationship that was like hanging on by a thread, to me at this point has been completely cut off, completely severed. And I just personally think that for now, is Drake moving away from hip hop and hip hop moving away from Drake? Is that what's happening? Like, because to me, this rhetoric, this relationship is not sustainable long term. I don't think Drake can build a long term or continue a long term career with treating hip hop media like this, and I don't think hip hop media is going to allow Drake to paint his legacy in a favorable way and in a favorable narrative for Drake's liking if they don't patch this up. So at the end of the day, I think hip hop media needs Drake and Drake needs hip hop media. Hip hop media needs Drake so they can stay afloat and stay consistent, and Drake can throw these people the bones and validate the culture to the wider audience Drake has. Drake needs hip hop media because regardless how big he gets, regardless of what he wants to represent, he's always chasing that elusive validation from hip hop. And if he is too fragile, too scared, or too protected to bridge the gap, or to at least make it a priority to cater to hip hop media, then I don't see either side winning long term when it comes to covering Drake or when it comes to having a voice hip hop media. Because what it looks like to me, what Drake is doing is it really seems like Drake is using his fame to pour into non-Black entities and usher them into hip hop media and replace the traditional hip hop media that doesn't side with him, a la what LeBron James and Clutch Sports do to sports media journalism. That if you're not signed with Clutch Sports as an agency, as a media journalist, you're probably going to be getting phased out of ESPN, Fox Sports, and a lot of the mainstream people that push LeBron James propaganda. Just like in the music industry, if you're not a Roc Nation artist or signed to a Roc Nation affiliate, you are kind of slowly X'd out of the monopoly of what's being fed and shared in the game. So I just believe that if people are smart, they're going to, put their pride aside and make the business make sense. That's just what I believe is going to happen, and that should happen. So, another thing that just happened, Billboard has released, as we keep these topics moving, Billboard has released their 21st century top hip hop and R&B artists of the century. I think this is pretty dope, to be honest. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Open. Let me see if I can just open this as a new tab. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So, as we see this list, 1 through 20, do we have any issues with it? If anybody has a problem, tell me who's on the list and be on there. What's the biggest problem? First of all, this is Billboard. I feel like Billboard is more focused on chart placements than cultural impact. But to be honest, this is my first time really putting eyes on this list. And so far, I don't see any problems. Let's start from the bottom to the top. T.I. at 20. I don't mind T.I. at 20. Let me put my face on the screen real quick because, we're going to break this down. Yeah, T.I. at 20 right here. I don't have a problem with T.I. at 20. I'm actually glad to see Alicia Keys on it. I ain't even got Alicia Keys. I didn't know she was on it. Trey Songz at 19. I don't know if I would put Trey Songz on this list, let alone 19. If we want to talk about R&B artist, man, is Neo on this list? I would 100% put Neo over Trey Songz at 19. Because as many hits Trey Songz has, I think Neo has the same amount of solo hits. And if you want to bring into songwriting, Neo, from Beyonce, Chris Brown, Usher, Rihanna, Alicia, Mary, Luda, Nicki, think they all got a Neo record. So I would definitely put Neo over Trey Songz. Ludacris, I don't mind Ludacris being on this list at all either. I would probably take Trey Songz out and put Nelly. If you're gonna, if you got T.I. 20, Ludacris 18, I don't think Trey Songz had a longer run than Nelly. Where's Ja Rule, 50 Cent? I don't know. Nicki Minaj at 17. I might want to move her up a little bit more. But I don't mind her at 17. I think she should be on this list. I think she should be higher though. My guy, Future Hendrix, Fire Marshal Future, astronaut status, number 16. I think that's cool, man. I think Future on any all-time list, any top 10, top 20 list of artists at a certain times, man. I'm as a Future fan, Future being my favorite rapper, arguably of the 21st century, outside like Lil Wayne, Jeezy, Future, Currency, Wiz Khalifa. I got my own personal favorites, but always seeing Future on this list, especially next to some names, especially post Jay-Z, Lil Wayne. Like, this is what I like right here. This section right here, the Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, Eminem era, post era. I've been telling everybody that Future is a part of the big three. Nobody wants to listen to me, but if you take off this era of Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, and Eminem, and we want to talk about hip-hop artists, right? Drake's number 1. We're not counting Post Malone, this country art. I don't think Post Malone should be on this list. Kendrick Lamar's number 2. I will put Ye on the Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, Eminem side, and Future, Nicki Minaj number 3. So to me, it looks like a correct big 3, big 4. Drake number 1, Kendrick number 2, Future number 3, Nicki number 4. To me, post T.I., Luda, Wayne, Jay-Z, Eminem, Ye, that's my big 3. So I definitely agree with that. Mary J. Blige at 15. Mary J. Blige at 15. You guys got Mary at 15? I want to say I would rather put Mariah Carey, but I think now I'm thinking about 21st century. I think Mary J. When I'm thinking about family reunion, let's get it crunk up on the floor. And okay, that came out before Emancipation of Mimi, so that was like 2000, 2001. Thinking about Rainy Days with her and Ja Rule, so that was like 2002. Then she had Can't Be Without You. That album's dropped same time Emancipation Mimi dropped. And then you look at Mary J. Blige. Yeah, Mary J. Blige. Yeah, I would probably put her on. Yeah, I would put her over Mariah Carey because Mary J. Blige, I think she had a run from. I think Mary J. Blige run ended probably like in 2013 or some shit, bro. Now I'm thinking about it. R. Kelly. I really hey yo, Killer, chill out. This ain't an R&B show. This ain't Boys Love Karaoke. You gotta relax. Man. R. Kelly, a salute to the R, hashtag the R, definitely should be on this list. I'm happy that his transgressions haven't erased his legacy and impact. So it's R. Kelly at 14. I'm cool with that. Ye at 13 is too low. Kanye at 13 is too low as far as hip hop R&B artist. And I'm happy they didn't say rappers because Drake couldn't be number one if you said rappers. But I always say all the time, we're going to talk about biggest music artists. Drake is always going to be, and especially on a list like this, like we're going to get to number one, but I'm not. Ye should not be 13 if Drake's one. If you ask me to be honest, and if J Doug was here right now, J Doug would be crashing out with Ye being 13. But Kanye should be ahead of Post Malone for sure. He should be ahead of Alicia Keys for sure. He should be ahead of Rihanna. He should be ahead of Jay-Z. He should be ahead of Usher. If I'm looking at this list, Ye should be where The Weeknd is. And Ye should be between 3 and 5. Ye should be between 3 and 5. I don't believe The Weeknd is bigger than Kanye West. I think Chris Brown is just as big as Kanye West. And I think Ye is definitely bigger than Usher. So Ye at 13 is false. I think Ye should be in the top 5. Kendrick Lamar at 12. I can't put, like I said, Post Malone shouldn't be on this list. And I got to put Kendrick ahead of Alicia Keys. So to me, Kendrick is, I got to move Alicia Keys out the top 10. If I got to move 2 people out the top 10, I'm going to move Alicia Keys. Oh, man, I can't move Eminem. Even though Eminem, people think, oh, he's white, we can move Eminem out. I'll put Kendrick probably at 10 behind Eminem and Rihanna. I'll put Kendrick behind Eminem and Rihanna, or maybe for the Kendrick stands, the highest I can put Kendrick Lamar on this list. Because when I look at, because you want to say like Jay-Z, to me, if you're not of my age, a little bit older, right? You may be thinking about Jay-Z like 444, Watch the Throne Jay-Z. I'm thinking about Dynasty, Blueprint 2, Best of Both Worlds, Black. I'm thinking about all of Jay-Z's catalog pre-2005, right? And then everything after. So Jay-Z, I'm cool where he's at, and I'm happy they put Wayne over Jay-Z because everybody says Jay-Z's a GOAT, Jay-Z's this, Jay-Z's that. I think the biggest proof for me that, yes, Jay-Z was big, but Lil Wayne was bigger, and it has been bigger since at a certain point, Lil Wayne being ahead of that. Black McBain, my guy, Black McBain in the building, man. I ain't seen you in a minute. Oh, man, I love the new, man, I ain't gonna lie. I love the new look, Black McBain at FBA, but you as the dude from, I think, what was that, Predator? I don't know, man. I'm just used to that, like, that face being like the voice when I hear you, when I see you talk. Kendrick at 10 behind Eminem and Rihanna, you bugging. Man, Kendrick behind Eminem and Rihanna, like I said before. Just being honest, I can make an argument why Eminem and Rihanna should be above Kendrick Lamar on this list. They came out before Kendrick Lamar. Eminem, by the time Kendrick Lamar dropped in 2009, 2010, 2011, Eminem's career was cemented. Him, Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, in a way, by the time you're trying to say Kendrick should leap over them, it's kind of like Eminem, Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, Rihanna, because she hasn't dropped an album in 9 years. Their legacies kind of have been cemented longer. So it's kind of like comparing, like LaDainian Tomlinson, or I'm just trying to think about an athlete. It's like comparing like Calvin Johnson Hall of Fame resume to like a Jerry Rice, somebody who's been retired for a long time. You got to crystallize and romanticize their career for a long time versus somebody who hasn't retired yet or that's in their peak. So to me personally, I can make an argument that Eminem, Jay-Z, Rihanna already cemented their legacies before Damn even dropped, before To Pimp a Butterfly even came out, before Good Kid, Mad City. But personally, I can move Kendrick Lamar. Honestly, if you say Kendrick Lamar should be ahead of Rihanna and Eminem, I won't blame you. I won't debate you. I think you can make a case for Kendrick to be ahead of them. I just said I can make a very strong equal case that Eminem and Rihanna should be above Kendrick Lamar. But Alicia Keys has no business being above Kendrick Lamar. I'm sorry. I love Alicia Keys, but she should not be above Kendrick Lamar or Kanye West or R. Kelly. Mary J, maybe, right? And I don't think Alicia Keys should be ahead of Nicki Minaj at all. If you replace Alicia Keys with Nicki Minaj, I'll be fine. I will be fine. And like I said, going to Alicia Keys, I think Alicia Keys was dope. Let me read some of these comments. Because y'all cooking in here. You know, that's why I like when we have some of these debates, because y'all start wilding in here. Alicia Keys' top 10 is wild, though. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's a little wild, bro. I love Alicia Keys, but it's wild. Post Malone has no business beyond on this list. That's what I'm saying, bro. And I'm not a J. Cole, like, super duper supporter, but I'd rather see J. Cole on this list than Post Malone. I would rather see, like, now you could have put Neo ahead of Post Malone, bro. You could have put a lot of people outside of Post Malone, bro. That's my biggest problem. Like, bro, like, nigga, you could have put Fergie ahead of Post Malone. Kanye top 3, Kendrick been overhyped. I mean, come on. Is Kendrick overhyped if he's 12, bro? Or are you saying Kendrick overhyped because he's over Kanye? Because I don't agree he should be over Kanye either. And I don't believe, listen, I agree with you on this. Kanye should be top 3 and Kanye should be over Kendrick. But I don't think Kendrick is overhyped because Kendrick didn't even crack the top 10 on this list. And they got Post Malone and Alicia Keys ahead of Kendrick Lamar. I think if you're a Kendrick hater or you think Kendrick is overhyped, you can't get mad if he don't crack top 10 unless you mad they put him over Ye, right? Admit most of Rihanna's hits ain't R&B or hip hop. I can't say that. I think Rihanna, does she make pop music? Yeah, but I think all these artists on this list, they are pop music. I'm gonna say this. Rihanna, what Michael Jackson did, I don't want to take it too far back, but what Michael Jackson did with Thriller when he worked with Paul McCartney and released Beat It and released, songs like The Girl Is Mine, released songs like Bad, Dirty Diana. What Michael Jackson did was make black music pop music, right? That's what he did. And once Michael Jackson, Prince, once they broke the black music barrier and their music became pop music, like these are the hottest songs in the culture, in popular culture, fuck black culture, they're surpassed it. Since they broke that barrier, that's why you're able to have this list. Because you cannot tell me, same thing you said for Rihanna, Drake music. Most of Drake's hits are pop songs. Most of Beyonce's music are pop songs. The Weeknd makes pop music. Chris Brown, pop music. Usher, Wayne, Jay-Z, Alicia Keys, Post Malone, Kendrick Lamar, especially Kanye West, especially R. Kelly's Pen, some of the biggest Mary songs, especially Future, especially Nicki, especially Luda, you're not on this list if you weren't making pop music. You weren't on this list if your black music wasn't so big that it became pop music. That's what I think. So I hear you saying Black McBain, but I don't think you could be on this list if your music didn't bend genres and was that transformational that you really cannot put you can say, hey, this artist, she sings R&B music. That's her primary bag. Or like Drake, he raps. That's his primary bag. Kendrick. But their catalog is pop music because it is popular music. Everybody on this list, you can take 3/4 of this list, and that will be the list of the biggest artist, the biggest music artist of the 21st century. So I do hear what you're saying, but I just think that to even be on this list, you had to break the pop charts. Everybody on this list has a #1 pop song where they weren't doing pop music on. Rihanna belongs on the list. T.I. too low. My cousin would say T.I. is too low too. Is T.I. too low? Where would you put T.I. over? I'm not putting T.I. over. I think, can I put T.I. over Ludacris? You can. I would definitely put T.I. over Trey Songz. I would put T.I. over Post Malone. I would put T.I. over Mary J. I don't know if I could put T.I. over Nicki. I can't put T.I. over Future. I can't put, I like T.I., but the other rappers who are on this list, to me, have had way longer runs than T.I. outside of Ludacris. But every other rapper on this list had way longer runs than T.I., and I think that's why T.I. is as low as he is on this list. Rihanna make dancehall and EDM. She's not and never was hip-hop. I don't agree. I think Rihanna is very hip-hop. I think Rihanna is a pop artist, but I think for anybody to say Rihanna's not hip-hop, to me, yes, she doesn't rap, but this is R&B and hip-hop artist. Yes, she don't rap, but I can't sit up here and say Rihanna don't make R&B music or Rihanna hasn't made R&B music. This is the Illuminati list. It's funny. Rihanna makes anything good. Why are you mad? Oh, I'm not mad. Like I said, I like Rihanna. Or I don't know if you're talking to somebody else in chat, but I'm kind of defending Rihanna in a way. Mary J. Blige is the queen of R&B and hip hop. Yeah, I agree. And I wouldn't take her off the list. I agree with you. Post Malone is not hip hop. I agree with that too. I don't think Post Malone should be on this. If you ask Post Malone, he said himself, he's not hip hop. I agree. I think sometimes you got to understand about these lists. You're really not going to get a list that goes viral without controversy. This might be the least controversial list as far as names I've seen in quite some time. Now, placements, that's what the debate is. But if we're just talking about pure names, this might be the most accurate list outside of Post Malone. If we just look at names alone, the only ones that stands out, like, what the fuck are you doing at this party to me? Trey Songz, Post Malone, Alicia Keys. I like Alicia Keys, but I'm still, thank you. I'm not going to say the name, but $10 cash app, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Definitely appreciate that. Outside Alicia Keys, Post Malone, and Trey Songz, I think everybody on this list should be on here. Let me go down. You can't be top 10 without a Super Bowl performance. I disagree. I disagree for sure. You could be top 10 without Super Bowl performance because Drake don't have one. Drake is top 10. Chris Brown doesn't have one. He's definitely top 10. Lil Wayne, Jay-Z don't have Super Bowl performances. They're definitely top 10. Ye, no Super Bowl performance. Undisputed top 10. R. Kelly, no Super Bowl performance. Top 10. Like Future. Like the only people with a Super Bowl performance on this list might be just Ludacris, Mary J, Kendrick Lamar, Alicia Keys, Eminem, Rihanna, Usher, Beyonce, The Weeknd. They're already on the list, but I'm not going to put certain people over because they performed on the at Super Bowl halftime show. I'm just not going to give the NFL that much musical cachet that is going to stamp a list to me that's so close. And we're really talking about the goats of the goats. I can understand that could be what breaks your tie marks to put somebody over somebody else. Just for me personally, I'm not going to use a Super Bowl performance knowing that Drake, Chris Brown, never done Super Bowl, and Ye. Just those three names alone, Drake, Ye, Chris Brown. No Super Bowl performance, they don't matter to me. Because in the last 15, 20 years, those three should have done the Super Bowl before. They have been too big. They should have been on that Super Bowl performance. pedal stuff aside, Kel's at 1. I wouldn't argue about that, man. You know, R. Kelly to me is the Michael Jordan of R&B. To me, R. Kelly is the greatest R&B artist of all time. The R. So why is half these bozos on the list? I mean, if they did a Super Bowl list, and I understand who the fuck put Ludacris on here, put Ja Rule 50 in place. See, that's what I'm missing. That's one of my main points. And we know because I'm from the South, I think I looked at Ludacris and I'm just calling out my bias. I think I looked at Ludacris and T.I. and because I'm from the South, I didn't blink twice. You can't have Trey Songz on a list ahead of Ja Rule and 50 Cent. You at least got to put 50 Cent somewhere on this list. And I wouldn't blame Ja Rule, but 50 Cent definitely should be on this list. 50 should have been on this list. Yeah. I think the chat believes in you too. Ludacris, more mainstream. White folks don't quote T.I. I don't know. I know a lot of white folks that love T.I. Name me 5 Trey Songz songs. I don't know. I remember the one he talking about his daddy was cooking the cocaine. That's my shit. That's the top 10. I feel you. Come on, son. This is Billboard list. This ain't hip hop culture. Top 10 peers. I understand that, Black McBain. But if I agree with what you're saying, then I'm going to lower my expectations on their validity and their accuracy of a list that they would drop. So they dropped the list, and for me, for it to be Billboard, for it to be a white publication, for it to be about charts and numbers and everything else, and for them not to be part of the culture, I think that the list is fairly accurate. And according to who's making the list, I think the list, based on who made it, I don't have a problem with what's on here. So, once again, I think the list is fine with me. You and Sonny need to squash the beef. You need to be able to call on Star during football season. Yo, fuck Sunday. I'm telling you again, bro. Sunday, I don't have nothing, bro. I'm just only 5 seconds. Listen, I've exposed this lady so many times that if you want to be honest, let's just keep it. Let's keep it a bean right now, bro. Who's really winning right now, bro? She has spent what $2,000-$3,000 on phone calls. Think about it. This broad has been cooked by me to such a point. She has spent thousands of dollars to stop people from making phone calls. She hasn't wiped any YouTube channels off the internet. She hasn't blocked any videos. She hasn't stopped anybody from getting money. She's literally paying thousands of dollars so people can't make phone calls. I got money in my pocket. Star has money in his pocket from this bozo. We've all been getting paid by her so we can either make phone calls or prevent phone calls from being made or not being able to make phone calls at all. I can't beef with somebody who I'm exposing that paid me, that's paying Star. I can go live. Star can go live. We're all still going live. I'm still getting cash apps today. We're doing a show. We're about to hit the 2-hour mark. That's on her, bro. I can't, like I said, I can't really have any malice for somebody spending thousands of dollars to prevent phone calls from being made and not really making any impact and slowing people's progress, their money, their reach down. I just don't understand. Cold Monday night might be deported anyway. It's kind of funny. That's sexual frustration. Y'all need to get off your chest. No, I don't have any sexual frustration. Trust me. I'm fine, bro. Like I said, I think that might be the problem, that I'm just fine with where things are between me and Sunday. I'm trying not to expose anything else between me and Sunday. I just want things to be where they are. Like I said, and I'm just gonna land my plane on this. If she wants to spend thousands of dollars to make sure I don't call in on the show, I'm fine. I literally have my own platform where we're literally doing 100,000 views plus a month. We're literally crossed 1 million views on TikTok. Like, there has to be strategy when you want to stop somebody, and just paying somebody else to prevent somebody that you paid also to stop calling into a show. That, I promise you, nobody's losing sleep. I promise you. So with that said, we're going to go to the next topic. Now that we're finally done with the Drake topic and stuff like that, we're getting to some of these other wacky topics like Lil Nas X walking the streets. And one thing I will say, bro, and you know, say what you guys want to, but you guys got to stop playing with God. You got to stop playing with religion, and you got to take certain things more serious because you know you can end up like Lil Nas X. Let me see if I got this on the screen for you guys. You know, the alternate Bussy universe. Here we go.
Nah. Hey,
What
don't
up?
be late to the party tonight.
Where at?
You know where it's at. No, go ahead, babe. No. Go ahead, babe. No. Didn't I tell you to put the phone down? Uh-oh, somebody's gonna have to pay for that. Nah.
So as we run,
Yes, get my good side. Every side. Yes. Boom, cat towel. Sean Bankhead taught me that one.
so apparently he was wandering the streets in LA, nearly butt ass naked, while and doing the most. And I think what was alarming about this was that with all the things people say about Hollywood has a devil, you know, Satan is in the music industry, and how he mocked Christianity and did a bunch of anti-religious things, a lot of taboo things. People are saying that he's possessed, he sold his soul, this and that. I just think that this is just something that people who don't like him can easily point to as, see, this is what happens, this example, this and that. And I won't blame you either. I don't think you're wrong on that. I don't think this is an album rollout. I think Lil Nas X, to be honest, I think he's on the spectrum. To be completely honest, I think he's on the spectrum. And I think that when you are losing steam with your music, when you don't drop hits and that attention is kind of slowly or fastly evaporating and going away, drug use, desperation, and gayness can all equate into a concoction on what you see right now. He's running around in whitey tighties and white boots crashing out. I could say a lot more, but you know, I don't want to mess up the algorithm here. You know what I'm saying? Are you and Aaron going to do anything together again? Whenever Aaron is ready, man. One thing I've learned about YouTube, to be honest, bro, is if I sit around here and wait for people to collab or get their shit together to go live, it'll be another 21 days before you see me go live again. Because literally that was one of the main reasons why I took a little break, because I'm waiting on certain people to go live, be ready. I'm like, Shakira texted me yesterday, like, nigga, you going live? What's up with the live stream? So, if people want to come up, you can, but no harm, no foul, but I just can't wait on anybody to go live and provide content to you guys. Hey, yo, yeah, man. Why can't you turn super chat on? Because I don't want them to hit me with any copyright strikes. And if I do get any super chats, they're going to take 30%. So I don't want YouTube to take 30% of any cash donations that could be going directly to me, 100% at Floorboard J 904. If you guys feel free to. And I don't want my stream getting taken down or banned because of copyright, because we have been playing a lot of videos today. So this one, I'm not going to even try to monetize it. And if you guys feel it within your hearts to send me some bread, feel free. If you don't, I promise you, no harm, no foul. I'm not going to beg you guys, but I would appreciate it at Floorboard J 904. Yes, that's the reason why my super chat's not on. I just don't want to get banned off YouTube or my channel demonetized because I'm running a lot of clips today. Sis got on the Depends looking like the boots from Dora the Explorer crash out. Man, what you want me to say, bro? Okay, so this guy, I mean, honestly, we already know Lil Nas X is like a bussy boy, bro. We already know Lil Nas X is like a fairy tale. So him running around like selling ass 4 a.m. in LA isn't anything that I think anybody should be surprised about. I don't think anybody thinks, wow, Lil Nas X is selling bussy on the LA streets in tighty whities with no shit stains, whatever. Like, what are we talking about? Like, is anybody surprised at this? Is anybody or blindsided about what we're seeing? I'm pretty sure the people who hate Lil Nas X is happy to see this nigga like he about to crash out. Somebody gonna make merch out of Lil Nas X. That's what I'm saying. I mean, this has been a plant. We've seen this nigga take a lot of things for jokes and for granted, make a mockery out of a lot of things that we kind of in a Drake way, in a gay Drake way, where he takes a lot of things that people take seriously and he has made a mockery out of. So at this point, I don't think, what is it? A nigga twerked on a demon with a lace front. This is like, that's what I'm saying, bro. One of his videos I heard, he dropped out of the sky with his ass cheeks open and landed on the devil's dick on the video. Like, what are you? What? This is light work. I agree with you. This is light. This ain't surprising nobody. This ain't surprising nobody. This ain't surprising me. I seen this and laugh. I didn't see this, but oh my God, this is out of control. So thank God they put this jigaboo behind bars where he deserves to be. And now he want to look serious. Now he wants to look, what does it say? Your browser has lost connection. Am I still here? Your browser lost connection to your screen share audio. Try screen sharing again. Okay, cool. So I'm going to move this and share screen again. Stop screen. Okay, cool. I thought I said I lost the stream. Okay, share screen. Bow. So this is Lil Nas X behind bars, finally. Home where he belongs. You know, in the Bussy building right here. They call the jail. I'm pretty sure he was having a blast. I'm pretty sure when they heard Lil Nas X was coming into the jail cell, it was like, nigga, it was a holiday. Celebrate.
Okay. So I want to take people versus Carol Hill, case number 25 BWCF 0 1389. So appearing with the defendant is Christine O'Connor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And Mr. Rudy for the people. I would disclose both sides. I believe I observed, as did thousands of others, what led up to this arrest. I did not observe the arrest. And apparently there was nothing filed on the events that of the defendant's actions prior to the police arrival. I just want both sides to know that. So, do you waive further written statement of rights that are plead not guilty?
I do, Your Honor.
So I'll set this case as a 0 of 10 on September 15, 2025, Department 112 before Judge Samuels. I'm requested a 0 of 10. Mr. Hill, you have a right to a speedy preliminary hearing within 10 court days of today, 60 calendar days. Do you understand and give up that right? Your case could be set for preliminary hearing setting on September 15th with the understanding that any preliminary hearing occurs within 10 court days of that day?
Yes.
And I'll answer it with Judge Brandolino, Department of F, as in Frank. Briefly report will be ordered for seconds.
Yeah, so for the most part, man, back to the Lil Nas X situation. Yeah, dog, like I don't understand why you can prance down and you know they say he was high on drugs. They say he was doped up, he was drugged. I don't know. I just don't understand why it's all frowns and it's the long face now. Why we got the long face right now, man? I don't understand why we got the long face. It was all cool when we was making fun of the Lord and twerking on Satan. It was all good when we were selling bussy down. What was that? What it got in LA? Now we got to look all serious. Nah, nigga, why ain't you there in court twirling, dipping it low and dropping it, my nigga? Why? This is what we talking about. Everybody want to be a troll till shit gets real. Now we ain't trolling no more. And this is his first video since he got locked up right here. We're gonna play this. You know, like I said before, sometimes we get a story. If you don't see me out in front on the stories, because I would rather instead of just run out with a story or run out with a clip, you know, especially if I'm doing a dolo show, I'd rather give it a few days, let the story build up, let us get a lot more context so I can tell you in frame by frame in a timeline format what happened, what is currently going on, and where are we going with the story. So here's Lil Nas X finally, first time responding since the situation.
Gonna be okay, y'all. Your girl is gonna be okay, y'all. Okay? She's gonna be all right. She's gonna be all right. Shit. That was fucking terrifying. That was terrifying. That was a terrifying last 4 days. But your girl is gonna be all right. Your girl.
Okay, so first of all, him referring to himself as, what did he say, a girl? I mean, that's what he want to do. Hey, bro, it is what it is. Like I said, I don't know if he refers to himself as a man. I don't know what he got going on, but like I said, we shouldn't be surprised. Am I gonna say, yo, let's pray for Lil Nas X? Fuck no. To me, I'm not praying for Lil Nas X. If anything, I'm not wishing nothing bad to happen to him. But it just, to me, what happened with Lil Nas X, I have the same lack of remorse for Lil. Thank you. He's a grown man. I have the same lack of remorse for Lil Nas X that I have for drill rappers or rappers who rap about murder, pills, and drug use and end up shot or dead. When you campaign your image with a certain spirit and a certain energy, it's just like I said, when you buy certain memorabilia from people who have been murdered and wear that, you're now wearing that energy. When you, in the power of the tongue is mightier than the sword. When you sit around here and preach murder and destruction and drug use and drug abuse, don't get surprised when that spirit of drug use and abuse latches onto you. Don't be surprised when the spirit of murder attaches to you. Don't be surprised when the spirit of degeneracy and deviancy take hold of your mind, body, and soul. And when we see the things these people profess play out in their lives in real time that leads to them on a path of destruction, are we Jesus freaks? Are we saying we're spiritual? Or are we just seeing the universe work based off of the power of the tongue? That's all I am saying. I'm not being religious. I'm not saying, hey, people are praying for his downfall. All I'm saying is this. You can't keep trolling and you can't keep playing with fire and expecting not to get burned. Art imitates life, or is life imitating art? All I'm saying, bro, you got to really pay attention and be cognizant of the energy you were putting out there, bro. That's just my bottom line. The next story we do have, though, Snoop Dogg. All this time, Snoop Dogg is the most beloved. I'll put him in top. Well, I'll put Snoop Dogg. If we had a top 10 list, top 5 list of the most loved black people, Snoop Dogg is definitely up there. If we gotta say one of the top people white people love the most, it's definitely Snoop Dogg. Okay, Snoop Dogg is top. I think he might be number one with the most loved black man on the face of earth. Might be Snoop Dogg, to be honest. White people love Snoop Dogg. Everybody loves Snoop Dogg. And like I said before, if you weren't watching the show earlier, you watch it now. Everybody loves Snoop Dogg until he pisses off you or people you represent or people you like. He pissed off black people a long time ago. He pissed off hip hop heads a long time ago. He pissed off gang members a long time ago. He pissed off no snitching people a long time ago. He's who else he pissed off? He pissed off liberals and Democrats performing at that crypto rally when Trump got elected. And now he's pissed off the LGBTQIA plus community. You know, white people love Snoop Dogg. So to me, I'm looking at, before I play what Snoop Dogg said, I'm looking at his statements more of like kind of in a little Boosie-esque way of, you know, you get a certain age and you're from a certain era, you feel like you have the right to keep it real at least sometimes. I think what Snoop Dogg was saying here was that friendly corporate mask Snoop Dogg usually has on kind of fell off, fell off. And people are kind of getting Snoop's real thoughts about things. And because he is marketing himself as more of a brand than a personality, when Snoop gets real about something that may be an unpopular opinion, I think it blindsides and rubs a lot of people the wrong way, because Uncle Snoop is supposed to be friendly. He's supposed to be for everybody. So anytime it feels like he's being exclusionary, knowing he's been marketed for and to everybody, it rubs people the wrong way. And here is Snoop Dogg in his audio of what he said that pissed off everybody.
My grandson to see what was the movie with Buzz Lightyear?
Toy Story?
Not that one, but
the new Buzz. The Lightyear. I think it's called Lightyear.
With Keke Palmer is in that movie.
Okay.
She plays like the daughter. So we watching it, and the lady, which is Keke's mama, they move on into the space years. They move down the line. They're like, man, she had a baby with a woman. Well, my grandson in the middle of the movie like, Papa Snoop, how she have a baby with a woman? She a woman. Oh, shit. I didn't come in for this shit. I just came to watch the goddamn movie. Hey, man, watch the movie. They just said she had a baby. They both women's. How did she have a baby? Shh. The movie ain't over with. So it's like, it's fuck me. I'm scared to go to the movies now. Like, y'all throwing me in the middle of shit that I don't have an answer for. I took my grandson to see, what was the movie with?
So people are trying to say that what Snoop said was homophobic, right? Personally, I don't believe what he said was really homophobic. I think he doesn't want to be blindsided when he goes to watch things if he doesn't know what he's watching. Because when I look at it, parents, grandparents, people who are guardians over children have a responsibility to monitor what those kids consume. And especially even if you are a grandparent or an uncle or an auntie, a godparent, right? An older cousin. When somebody leaves you in the care of their children, they're giving you the responsibility of what that child consumes. So when Snoop takes his grandkids to a movie and something unexpected happens where they have to explain to the child that they're chaperoning at the time, something that either the parent should explain or something that the parent should have known in advance that was going to happen and have the freedom of choice to allow that to happen, right? When you remove freedom of choice, or the person who is watching these kids has to explain something complicated that they didn't expect to see or think that the kids should be exposed to at a certain age, I don't think Snoop Dogg is wrong for saying what is his truth. I don't think Snoop Dogg should be rebranded or painted as homophobic if he is making very valid statements of concern about what the children in his life are consuming. So I know the LGBTQ plus IA community loves to, I won't use the word attack. They love to be defensive about everything that the mainstream doesn't agree with. But if you look to see where Snoop Dogg is actually coming from without being offended, I think what Snoop is saying is true. It's less about the gay community and more about his responsibility to what kids he's responsible for are exposed to and what they see and what's appropriate for them while he's being held responsible for them. So that's just what I'm going to say. I think Snoop said the truth. And here's Van Lathan. And a few people speaking about it. I'm just going to use Van Lathan because I think he, and I didn't even hear what he said. And one thing about me is a lot of times for the clips, I'll listen to them. Sometimes I don't, because I'm going to have my opinion and I don't want my opinion to coincide with what somebody else is saying. And I don't want to be like triggered or feel like because I don't agree with him, I'm not going to put it on the show. Sometimes I don't know what Van's going to say, but if he says anything that I don't agree with, I'm going to let it rock. And I'm going to go back and forth with what he's pretty much going to say. But this is Van Lathan speaking on the Snoop Dogg situation.
This is another example of why I told you that we should have gone out to see the Lightyear movie in droves. Okay. Because this is what happened. The movie came in light and then it was carte blanche for everybody to like criticize the movie, whatever. Oh, we'll go broke, whatever. Put that to the side. I'm going to do something for the homies, for all of the homies, other older homies. I'm going to tell them two things. One, just so you know, it's your job to explain things to kids. That's your job. So if you don't want to explain things to children, then you should not be around children, because children are going to ask you to explain everything. They're going to ask you to explain oxygen, why the sky is blue, why this, why that. It's kids.
I'm gonna pause this really quick. I do understand what Van is saying. Van is, and the reason why I like this is because I feel like he's responding to what I'm saying about the responsibility. This is perfect. But what I'm going to say to Van's point is what I said earlier. Van is right what he's saying, but if I am not aware to what this child is going to be exposed to and the question that they're going to ask, if I'm not comfortable with a certain subject matter, if I knew something that was going to make a child that I'm being held responsible for question things I'm uncomfortable with explaining, or things that I feel like they shouldn't be asking about, or I'm not equipped to inform them about, if I have the information that this is going to be something that they're going to be exposed to, I should have the right to not expose them to that. Now, if something gets unexpectedly exposed to them, I don't think that Snoop should be in the wrong with expressing his concerns with being exposed to things unexpectedly that he has to explain to kids that aren't his, even if they're his grandkids. I don't even know why they add the gay shit in Lightyear when it wasn't nothing intimate in a Toy Story film, to my recollection. Yeah, the only relationship I've really seen in Toy Story was Woody, Bo Peep, Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head, and Buzz Lightyear, and the girl version of Woody. And those weren't even like romantic super stories. Those are just little microcosms within the film. So I agree with you on that stance. But let's listen to the rest of the band.
So because that's what they're going to do, it's actually your responsibility to develop the language in order to explain things to children. And straight Black brothers, it's your job to explain sexual diversity and orientation to younger kids. So rather than lament the fact that that's your job, learn how to do it. Very simple. Uncle Van, how can two women have a kid? Well, they either adopted the kid or one woman was inseminated and then they have the kid. The most important thing is, younger brother, is that loving families come in all different types of ways. Well, why are two women together? Because it's very simple. Some boys like boys, some girls like girls, some girls like boys and girls, some boys like boys and girls. And everyone, as long as they're safe and consenting, can do whatever they want, and they should get the same type of...
Okay, so what Van is saying is, and I'm going to say this to Van's point, I do agree that Black men that are in position and parental authority to explain these things should explain these things to the kids that they are parental guardians or responsible for. Grandparents, nieces, nephews, uncles, godparents. Yeah, I do agree with that. But I think the $1 million question and the biggest thing that a straight Black man would say to a Van Jones would be, a Van Lathan would be, okay, what age though? I don't think I should be explaining this to a child under the age of like 9 or 10. Like you're 3, 4, 5. I don't know how old Snoop Dogg's grandkids are, but I do believe they're under the age of like 8. So I don't think that you should be explaining certain complex ideologies to children, especially when you're not expecting to at a certain point, and especially if they're not an appropriate age of that said guardian. I'm not saying what Van's saying is wrong, but I think there is more detail that goes in to the explanation to kids about homosexual relationships. Is Van wrong? No, but there's more layers in the discussion than Van is presenting in this particular topic. They market kids because they're easily impressionable. Agreed, 100% agreed. And I think that's what Snoop's saying. That's what a lot of parents saying. They got to protect their kids, because as Van laid that out, if your kids say, okay, well, I'm a boy, I want to love a boy because you just explained it, or I'm a girl, I want to love a girl, and they may say it, they may still not understand the concept. They just may think that it's something like you want your kids to have a good grasp of conceptions and like comprehending things and the perception and the conception of topics in society. You can't just say certain things around kids who don't have a level of that. of understanding these types of complex situations. I think, like I said, I'm going to go back and play the rest of Van, but certain topics are too complex to try to explain to young children. Like when somebody dies in the family, that is something too complex to try to break down to a child. Sexual relationships, hetero or homosexual, are too complex to explain to young children. Certain legally is a lot of things in life that are too, like song lyrics, is so many things in life that are too complex to explain to young children. And sexuality is one of those things. So although I agree with Van saying that you have a responsibility to articulate to kids, I would ask Van, at what age is it appropriate to have that conversation with kids, especially kids that are not yours? Kids can barely spell their names. They definitely can't comprehend rainbow stuff. Point being, it's adults who will argue that can't agree to rainbow conversations. So if you have adults that argue with other adults that can't comprehend the complexities of that, why do you think introducing these types of complex conversations to kids that they're going to understand things that grown-ass adults can't understand, refuse to accept, or are just ignorant to opening their mind to possibilities that exist? Like I said, if adults can't handle these conversations in a mature capacity, why are you accepting or expecting kids to? And what the other side is going to say is they don't expect kids to. They're saying what you're saying, Carlton, it's easily to market to impressionable people. And I'm going to go back to play with Van.
Love and appreciation and acceptance from everybody. You wouldn't want anybody getting on you for something that your body tells you to do, right? For who you are naturally. You don't want anybody making those determinations or like teasing you because you're black or because you're from Baton Rouge or because you talk a certain way.
I'm going to pause it again. Van, I think Van Lathan's, been cool, but I'm going to say this again, Van. Big red flag that you're doing right now, my brother, that I don't think anybody appreciates, especially me as a black man. Don't compare the gay plight to the black plight. Please don't. I'm going to always automatically cut off whatever you're saying to me if you take whatever plight somebody else has and try to attach it to the black plight. Don't attach that to the black plight. Don't. You can make your point about gay acceptance without using black people as a stepping stone of understanding. Rainbow and being black are two different things. Nobody's body is telling them to be black. Nobody's body is telling them, hey, get darker. You just wake up black. You can't hide. I can't walk around in life as a closeted black man. I can't walk around in life as a down low black, like I'm white, but I'm in a closet about actually being black. Like what do they call those? Race passers, like the lady in what's that movie? Sinners. People who can pass for different races. That's as close as you're gonna get to try to compare somebody who's gay and somebody black who can hide their identity. But for a general black person, you can't hide your blackness or suppress your blackness the way you can your gayness. So at a certain point, at all points, is not comparable. It's apples and oranges, man. I just don't believe you. Rainbow has I called it a rainbow. Van, I was about to say Rainbow has a Van in his back pocket. Van has a rainbow in his back pocket. He got to have something, bro. A closet black man. Yeah, I don't know what Van got going on, but I think he's drifting off into, I think he may be pandering.
Because you look a certain way. That's why it's bad to do that to other people, because we shape their lives in negative ways. So look at people and understand and accept that God created everybody in different, diverse ways. And that's a reason why we should love them. That's it. That's all you got to do. And when I say this, man, I'm telling you, that's all you got to do. The question I'm asking to all of y'all that make this same tired ass argument every time you have to answer a question from a child about this is, do you want to do it? That's why it's up to us to develop the language to explain our situations and contextualize them before we give it back to the younger generation. Because if we're not dealing with our shit, how can we answer their questions? So in all of this time and all of this stuff, like, work on it, do it. But coming back and being like, I don't want to have to, if you don't want to have to do it, then don't take the kid. The kid gonna have questions about everything. It's your job to answer the questions for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can tell you one thing, if that situation was different, if that kid came up and asked Snoop, yo, Uncle Snoop, Granddad Snoop, whatever, how do I talk to girls? I bet you got an answer for that question.
Sure.
Yo, Uncle Snoop, how do I get money? How do I rap? I bet you got an answer for that question because you've thought about it. You've considered it. And you've made a value system about what a young man should learn. Do you think it's even important that a young man learns how to be a good member of his community for the people in his community that are marginalized or persecuted? Is that even important to you? Is it important to you that a young man knows how to protect the people in his society or community that are not protected? Does that even matter to you? Because if it matters to you, then you'll be gleeful and happy to take that question on and make another good person.
And I do understand Van's points. I will say, what are age appropriate conversations? I don't know what his co-host is going to say. I'm going to try to speed it up a little bit, see if his co-host had anything to say besides nodding her head. Hopefully she gave some pushback just for conversation purposes so we can get Van to kind of expound what he's saying. But my main point is I'm not disagreeing with what Van is saying. I'm just asking what are age, like, we don't know the age of the child Snoop was in the movies with, and what are age appropriate questions and what are age appropriate answers. Because to me, a child of a certain age will not get certain answers based off certain questions they may ask.
Same fucking
You
trough.
said the word. It's homophobic. That's what it is. It is a homophobic thought. It is a homophobic comment about money or about rapping, which makes these comments homophobic. That's what it is, which makes these about it. I don't know with certainty, but I'm pretty sure his grandchild has watched The Lion King. That means that if he watched that movie, or for any parent whose kid watched this movie and maybe they had a problem with it and they watched something like The Lion King, that means that you deal with death in a very tragic way. Your child is most likely going to ask you about death. It's probably the first time they're going to see it, maybe. It's traumatic, it's gut-wrenching, and you have to explain death to a child. There are other themes within that movie. There's birth in that movie. You have to maybe explain that.
Okay, so I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I do understand. I understand what she's saying. I understand what she's saying. All I'm gonna say is everybody's comfortability levels are different. Everybody doesn't have the same age kids. And though I do agree that it is certain things you will explain, there's certain things for certain age groups are too much of mature conversations and are too much, I think, sexually forward conversations that regardless of explanation, I would rather my kid be confused maybe about death, maybe about sexuality, maybe about certain things until a certain age. I'd rather just my kid be confused until I feel like they are age appropriate and are mature enough to accept these types of conversations. Just personally, I think you can't tell somebody how to parent their kids, especially over certain topics like this. And what I'm going to play next is I'm not going to play Rampage Jackson's son beating this nigga unconscious because we don't want to get banned, but him getting his head rocked with a fake soda can for a skit or something like that. Hopefully YouTube won't have a problem with this, but this is kind of what set off the situation Rampage and the son and the guy.
Hey, I think that's a little.
Oh, you don't sell it? He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good. You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it?
Dude, he's not a fucking
Bro.
worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro. Nah, I will fuck him up, bro.
I know you will.
Nah.
We're good.
I will fuck him up, bro.
Oh, wow, man. I almost got, boy, I was close. We almost showed it. So pretty much you can see the dude, I don't know what the conversation was before, but apparently, dude hit him upside the head with the fake soda bottle or whatever. But it didn't like it exploded. It didn't like, I don't really see, like, maybe they had a conversation before or something. I don't know. Like,
hey, I think that's a
Oh, you
easy. He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, well,
but like dude said, like, I don't know what the miscommunication breakdown, but the guy was like, bro, this is like Rampage's son. He's like, bro, this is not even a worker, bro. Like, what the fuck y'all got going on? So I think that was a goddamn awkward situation. And then he hopped in the ring and beat this nigga to a pulp. And here's Rampage speaking on his son and his son crashing out. Before I play this, that can look real. Yeah, it did, but I didn't see nothing like shoot out. I didn't see nothing look like too crazy. That can did look real. But I will say this. I will agree. I think the son crashed out. Do I think the son should go to prison and do years worth of time? No, because I think in violent sports, there is a gray area, but like I said, I don't agree with what he did at all, but I just don't think that we should have the harshest punishment for him just because he did what he did. And here's Rampage talking about it. That looked real, And here's Rampage Jackson talking about it. He has full responsibility because that was your son at the end of the day.
He went to a pro wrestling event with his coach. Those pro wrestlers, they be just as crazy as MMA guys, right? The pro wrestling guy don't know my son, and he hit him over the head with like a can or a beer can or a bottle or something. And my son didn't know it didn't know it was coming. Didn't know. They didn't tell my son. And he hit my son over the head. I guess he thought my son was a pro wrestler or something. And Roger didn't react, but Roger didn't fight though. He didn't do anything because I told Roger not to get punched, but still hit my son over the head. And then he asked my son, "You ain't gonna sell it?" When you in pro wrestling, when you sell, it's like, because that's fake. MMA, we do real shit. And he said, "You ain't gonna sell it." So when you don't sell,
I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this real quick. If his son Raj was so offended when a dude hit him with the bottle, right? And this is why I say he crashed out and he was in the wrong. This is where I think Raj's in the wrong. If you were so offended and so pissed off that nigga knocked you upside the head with a can, that's, to me, I think it was fake. It looked real, but to me, I think it was maybe fake. It was a stunt. If you had such a problem when this nigga hit you upside the head, why didn't you pop off right then? To me, if you were so disrespected, you should have set it off when this nigga hit you upside the head with the can and square it up one-on-one. If you didn't like square up right there, don't take that opportunity to go in the ring when, like, he's like Rampage saying, you play it up, you play the, the wrestling stuff off. Don't wait until we get in the room to wrestle and we're acting now to turn up on me. That's where I think he was wrong. If you were so offended by what he did, you should have crashed out when he hit you upside the head with a bottle. Don't wait till you get hit upside the head with a bottle. Now you want to crash out after the fact because it looks crazy.
it make the other pro wrestler look bad, like he weak or something. But my son, he don't know nothing about that shit. So this motherfucker that hit my son is stupid. So in order for me not to go to fucking jail, I got to talk to his coach. Yeah, Roger wasn't aware. Roger didn't know what was going on. He just thought he was going and talking to those dudes. That's some fucked up ass shit, man. These motherfuckers playing them. They look, they fuck my son. They playing with my motherfucking DNA. They playing with my motherfucking name. I'm the only motherfucker that can fuck with my son. Nobody else on this fucking planet better fuck with my motherfucking son. Now, he's safe. He told me he's safe. But I saw exactly what happened from that clip. That W the Cow Cocktails was sending that clip so fast. Them motherfuckers playing on my motherfucking name. They playing my motherfucking DNA. Man, I will go there and I'll fuck up all the motherfucking pro wrestlers over my motherfucking son. All of them. My son ain't no motherfucking pro wrestler. He don't know how to sell that shit. He don't know how to do none of that shit. We MMA fighters. We get dirty for real. We don't sell shit. We don't give you nothing. We don't give you a goddamn thing.
And I'm going to pause this before I play the last 22 seconds. What Rampage is saying to me, his son might be able to sue the wrestling company because if one of your employees assaulted me without my consent, hit me in the head with a can, that could be a lawsuit of assault. If I didn't sign any paperwork, you know I have a MMA background, and you allow me to participate in your wrestling event, which is fake fighting entertainment, knowing that I am a real fighter and come from a real fighter background, and we don't sign any paperwork, or I don't know, like he just said, I don't know how to sell the fight, and you want me to sell something right after they hit me in the head with a can, we might be able to have a lawsuit with negligence of a negligent nature attached to the wrestling organization that can maybe resolve Raj of responsibility because it was at the wrestling event, and apparently he had the green light to go in the ring and do what he did. So I see where Rampage coming from, but once again, I agree with you. You know, so many lawsuits are about to come from this situation.
You got to get what you earn in my motherfucking sport. We don't play that motherfucker. We do motherfucker real alphas. We ain't pretending around this motherfucker. And you motherfucker come with my son, y'all got to go through me first. Come meet me at the motherfucking gym. Don't with my motherfucking bloodline.
Well, I don't know what state that took place in, man. If anybody can find out, let me know, because I do agree it is important for contract law, and it was, the whole thing to me was unprofessional. And to put it on Raj, oh man, I just think it's a sticky situation, man. I think it's a sticky situation. So after we leave that, I'm going to touch on some topics I know we probably talked about last week, but I want to talk about them because, like, why not, right? I wish you know what I'm saying? I wish I wasn't goddamn out of town and running around last week. I definitely got to it. But here we got the prince of panhandling, of Pan-Africanist panhandling. And I will say Dr. Umar put the final death blow into the Pan-African grift and legacy, or whatever Pan-Africanism is. This man, before Raj has PTSD, probably does. Now, Dr. Umar, let me say this. Before Umar went to South Africa, he was saying Black Americans have no culture, or we're not appreciative, something. Forgot, but he went off South Africa, took a shit on Black Americans when he was out there. Instead of representing us, he shitted on us. Came back. His account was frozen. He said niggas ran up in his school and stole all the books right before he was about to open up the school. A chick came out and said that he ain't taking care of his family and he is a pervert and a bunch of other stuff, allegedly. And last week, Umar Johnson stooped so low to now he is charging women $500 to take them out to eat. So basically, women, you have to pay him $500. He's probably going to spend 2 or 3 out to dinner, pocket about $150 each to get his money up. And we're gonna listen to this goofball ass nigga, this dusty ass nigga Umar Johnson. The Pan-African grift is dead. I just want to say that. Pro-Black all day. But if you want to talk about we need to come together, they stole his mega stash of Playboys in that school. That's what I'm saying. If you are a Black person that says we need to come together with everybody in diaspora and you're about to dedicate your life to making sure everybody in the Black diaspora comes together, all this other bull ass shit, you on that Marcus Garvey time, bro. I know you grifting, you selling a lie, because selling me on panhandling, the Prince panhandling, selling me on some type of Black unity that you are going to produce single-handedly is like prosperity preaching. As long as you can continue to sell me something that is virtually and realistically unattainable, you never have to deliver on something that has no date to be delivered on, which is Pan-Africanist or Pan-African unity. You in this school that should have been open, it has yet to open. We have people say you've gotten millions of dollars in donations. And what I think this was happening, and I think that somebody of a legal entity has launched an investigation on Dr. Umar Johnson. And the first step was freezing the accounts, putting a foreclosure or their tax lien on the school, and really getting to the bottom of his finances. And I think within the year, somebody clip this, within the next 365 days, I believe Dr. Umar Johnson is going to get hit with either some money laundering, tax evasion, or fraud charges. Do I have any proof? No. But I do think, based off of the limited legal knowledge I know and the erratic behavior Dr. Umar is displaying, I believe that law enforcement is on his trail. It's only a matter of time until law enforcement connects enough dots to come down on Umar Johnson and whatever he has going on. And here we go.
Program coming out for the ladies is called Lunch with the Doctor. It's called Lunch with the Doctor. You make a $500 donation to FDMG Academy, ladies. $500 donation to FDMG Academy, and you get a free lunch with Dr. Umar, restaurant of your choice in the state of Wilmington, Delaware. I said we got a new program called Lunch with Dr. Umar. Private lunch. Ladies, you got to donate $500 to the FDMG Academy, and I will take you to lunch, private lunch, any restaurant you want in the state of Delaware. It's called Lunch with the Doctor, and it costs you $500. You don't pay for the lunch. I pay for the lunch. Any restaurant in the state of Delaware. Oh, yes. Brothers, don't hate. We got to stop hating. Brothers, we got to stop hating. Don't hate, my ninja. Because if I ask your wife if she want that luncheon, if I ask your wife if she want that luncheon, if I ask your baby mom, do she want that luncheon with the doctor, we know what she gonna say, ninja. Don't test my intellectual gangster. If I roll up on your girlfriend, your live-in prisoner, you call a girlfriend. If I roll up on your live-in prisoner, your romantic prisoner, you call a girlfriend, who ain't there because she want to be, she there because she got to be. If I roll up on your romantic prisoner, my brother, if I roll up on your romantic prisoner, you call a girlfriend who living with you because she got to, not because she want to. Do she want that lunch date with the doctor? Do your wifey want that lunch date with the doctor? I think we all know the answer to that. Me and you are not the same. I keep telling you that. Me and you, we not the same. You not 6'3", dark chestnut Cocoa Brown with the North Philly beard. You ain't Leo King. Ninja, you ain't Pan-Africanist #1. Nobody flying you to every continent to hear what you got to say. Only me. Don't make me take my t-shirt off and turn into King Kong right now. Don't make me beat my chest. Don't make me beat my chest. King Kong, stop playing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Umar Johnson going outside. I'm sorry. I got to read some of the comments. Y'all was cooking in here. Umar's in trouble. The Prince of Panhandling. The Pan-African Rico. I ain't heard that sound effect 10 years. I know, man. You can send your wife to Dr. Umar for lunch. I'm sure that will end well. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was talking to is Rob in the chat? Rob knows what I'm talking about, bro. I was talking to this one chick. I ain't gonna lie, bro. She was kind of on what was she? I think she was like Nigerian and white, so she was light skinned. All right. I was dealing with her for like a couple years ago, and me and her kind of drifted away a little bit, and she popped up with a boyfriend that looks just like Umar Johnson. So I'm not saying Umar can't take your girl, but if your girl is one of them universe plant type organic bitches, Umar might take your hoe. Umar might take your hoe. So Drake Pan, don't hate the pimp and hate the grifting. That was the perfect one. Don't hate the pimp and hate the grifting. Hell nah. I'm FBA Umar. We have wives, not baby moms. That's what I'm saying, Umar. Like, you really like dirty macking right now. Like, how you asking women to give you $500 and then dirty mac niggas with girls already? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Don't make me I don't know why you said that, sir, but yeah, man, Umar's out of pocket, bro. And like I said before, you went from getting donations for the school to now you want women to pay you money, not to tutor their kids, not like, hey, yo, you give me $500. I will spend an hour twice a week on the phone with your kid for $300, for $500 and tutor them. Or you send me $500, I'm going to send you some learning resources to help with your young black boys and their education. No, you're going to make somebody in an economic downturn pay you $500 to eat some fried chicken and drink red Kool-Aid. Nigga, please. Please, if the feds, whoever can stop Umar Johnson from continuing to poison the black community, please, somebody grab him. Umar Johnson, to me, is on the list with Candace Owens, Jason Whitlock, Roland Martin, of black people that mean no good to the black cause. Delaware ain't got no spots like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, who is Umar fooling, bro? Who is Umar fooling, bro? That's my main problem with Dr. Umar, bro. It's like this nigga be acting like we dumb and he's smart. Like, come on, bro. You out of pocket, Umar. And like, where's the police when you need them, bro? Hopefully we can, this can come to an end. But before I play this, share this tab. Charleston White prays for Bootsy ahead of his federal sentencing. Bootsy and Charleston White been going back and forth for a minute. Lil Bootsy always antagonizes local and federal law enforcement for quite some time. I think that is known. I think that not only is beef with Charleston White, not only did the feds pick up the gun case the state dropped, they have prosecuted Lil Bootsy, and now Lil Bootsy has to go to the federal penitentiary for an amount of time. Charleston White, being a certified hater, a number 1 5-star first class hater, somebody who kicks people when they're down, which I can relate to, kicking people while they're down. One of my favorite pastimes. Charleston White prays and adds salt on the wound. When this says Charleston White prays for Lil Bootsy ahead of his federal sentencing, just know that this is not the type of prayer you want anybody praying over you. And this is another reason why I don't tell people anything wrong going on with me. If something is going wrong, and if you so happen to know, please do not pray for me, because I don't know who you are praying to. I don't know what God you worship, and I don't know what you are praying for, i.e., I don't know if you're putting on my spirit, my name, or my future. So I don't ask for prayers because I know who you're praying to and what you're praying for. And Charleston White's actions is a prime example why you don't accept everybody's prayers. Here we go. Hit the like button. We passed 2 hour and 30-minute mark, and we still got more shows. I told you I'll be here for 3-4 hours a night. Here we go.
God, in the name of Jesus, I pray Boosie get at least 36 months, God. Father God, he done gotten away too many times. You done gave him too many chances, Lord. Every knee go bow, and every tongue go confess. Boosie knee ain't bowed yet, God, because he still upholds the world and the streets and the same thing that you are against: sexual lust and perversion, God. God, you say you don't avenge nothing, but what about Boosie victims, God? He don't need to suffer, God, but give him justice. Give him justice with no mercy, God. Let the white man have him. Since he got so much hate against police, Father God, let him fall into the hands of the very thing that he hates, because you said love thy neighbor and love thy brother. And Boosie refused to love a gay person. He refused to love a white man. He refused to love a police officer, God. So lay him in the hands of the thing that he hates so he can submit and learn to love, God, because love conquers all. Make Boosie love the police, Father God. In Jesus' name I pray. And I plead the blood of Jesus on the handcuffs. Just go put Boosie in jail when they give him his time. I plead the blood of Jesus on the hands of whatever white man that's go put them cuffs on Boosie's ass that they put him on tight. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Man. And this is exactly what I'm talking about with why you can't accept everybody's prayer. Because this man literally just prayed for your downfall. And I'm pretty sure that wasn't Charleston White's first time praying for Lil Boosie's downfall. So for the fact that he prayed for his downfall again is just it's just indicative to what I'm saying about why you don't accept everybody's prayers. Because nigga, like, come on, bro. What the fuck, bro? What dude said the Baphomet prayer? Like, you was praying to Satan for this nigga to take L's. Yeah, man, the white man will definitely take care of him. Boy, knowing he hates white people and gays, and now he's gonna be in a space full of white people with power and gays. So Lil Boosie, man, and I've been saying this for even my last show was Lil Boosie going to jail type shit. Like, you can't keep thumbing your nose. And somebody, I remember that last show, I was like, bro, you can't keep saying fuck the police, F law enforcement, antagonizing them. Somebody's like, yeah, you can do all that. I'm like, yeah, you're right, you can, but don't get surprised when the law spins the block and catches you slipping. I say this about him. I say this about a lot of celebrities and a lot of people who get away, Young Thug, a lot of people get away with crimes. Just because you got away the first time don't mean that they're not trying to catch you up again. Doesn't mean that they don't have their eye on you. And oh, I almost forgot the Fat Joe, Swiss Beats jamming to R. Kelly. Fat Joe got a show. I want to know why this footage isn't shared. And I don't want to get hit with copyright strike. I don't think I will get hit with copyright strike because I haven't monetized this show. So hopefully I won't. But this is another reason. I didn't monetize this show because I knew I want to play this clip. And thank God for you guys Cash App me, because what I'm getting on, thank you, another Cash App. What I'm getting on Cash App, to be honest right now, is why I don't really have my super chats up sometimes, because when you guys give me some donations, I actually make more money off of the donations than the episodes in full. So like I said, a couple donations, I don't have to monetize, and I don't have to do a like an ad or revenue split when you guys send direct money to me. So I appreciate that. But yeah, here is Swiss Beats. White man, yeah. Here is Swiss Beats, Fat Joe, and R. Kelly. You hear Fat Joe singing harder than R. Kelly. Let's run that back. Fat Joe singing harder than the R. And look, these niggas, this is like it was about a couple years right before R got locked up. This might have been the R. Kelly going away party for all we know. Is that Remy Ma? Hold on. Let's catch this. Yo, is that Remy? So Remy Ma was there too? Boy, y'all niggas looking crazy. Hold on, boy. Let me see y'all real quick. Bro, these niggas looking crazy right now. Fat Joe got all these stories, all this crack King Allah stories, 5%er capping lies, stealing Jadakiss's bars, and you over here dancing, hucking and shucking with the R. You, Remy Ma, Swiss Beats, Nasty Awards.
Hold on. Yeah. Now I know there's somebody drinking out the champagne somewhere, and you can be sure that somebody's gonna make love right until the day. Oh, one thing's for sure. I'm gonna put on my dancing shoes and I'm gonna hit the floor and go out and step the whole night through. Southside.
Yo, this nigga Fat Joe, hold on, bro. This nigga Fat Joe is the hype man. Yeah, he's right. Remember I was there. Yo, Fat Joe like the hype man right now, yo. He fucking up the work. You won't know, is it R. Kelly or is it Joe Kelly right now? And like Killer said, man, there's certain things floating around the internet. Niggas is saying certain lawsuits that have been filed that are very similar to the R, hashtag the R in the back. We're going to continue. I'm telling you this, we got to go deep. We got to go deep. Pause.
Let me see you do. My mind let me know. But my body's telling me yes. Baby, I don't want to hurt nobody, but there is something that I must confess.
Wow, that's what I'm, bro. That's what I'm. Listen, just like the Diddy situation, bro. I can't sit up here and act like certain people are victims in certain situations, because when I'm looking at the things in totality, I'm sitting back and I'm like, my nigga, like, what are we doing? I mean, people got their phones like this, like people like record, like, yo, look who's behind. Is R. Kelly singing behind me? Where did it go from, hey, is the R behind, I'm flexing with R. Kelly singing live behind me, to the same people won't even say his name? That don't look like no video from the 90s. That look like that was 2018, maybe. That look like right before he went in jail. I know that was unrelated to the show topic. I just want to give you guys some weird, wild, and wacky news. Somebody, a Terror Squad of Fat Joe's camp or Swiss Beats camp want to, speak to that, feel free. But, I'm just saying. Now to some more relevant news. Cardi B. And I want to say salute. Let me share this. Melrose Radio USA. Salute my guy Melrose. I was on his show earlier this week, having a good conversation about FBAs and content creation. He's the first person I've seen drop his clip. Says developing Mexican media personality. Cardi B, I think, is Dominican or something. Trini, or I don't know. Killer said it. Cardi B is being sued for attacking, spitting on, and calling a black woman security guard a nigger. Do I think she did that? I don't know. We're about to hear. Salute Melrose. But here we go. Right here. Oh yeah, Black and Bang. Yeah, talking about R. Kelly. Yeah, we know what R. Kelly is, but I just want to know, Fat Joe, all them guys standing next to R. Kelly when it was all good. Stupid Dominican. Nah, that's crazy. But yeah, all these guys standing next to R. Kelly when it was all good. When he got hit with these charges, niggas disappeared, man. I'm just saying. You got to watch who was running around when niggas was outside. Watch who people were standing next to. You remember everybody said, it is definitely monkey time. It's funny how everybody said what R. Kelly was doing was an open secret. But up until the point he got locked up, you see the biggest names in the industry, Swiss Beats and Fat Joe, singing with this nigga. But here we are. Cardi B and her legal situation, saying racial things to black women. The same audience she sells her music to, she also disparages in her free time and wears crazy ass Tyler Perry wigs while doing it. Here we go.
What were the words that she used that were so hurtful?
She used a lot of words. And again, excuse my language, but she was like, you, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to get you fired. That's why you do. That's why you do security. That's why you do security. She was sticking her tongue out. She was flailing her arms up and down. She was jumping up and down. Body shaming me. I mean, racial slurs, just a lot.
And did she spit on you?
She did.
Did her spit actually land on your body?
It did.
Why did you exit the elevator to speak with her after she said what she said?
I wanted to clarify the
And Killer said, and Killer, I love you to death, but this is why we don't let me get on camera. Killer, I love you to death, but this is why we don't really be taking a lot of people from New York and the tri-state area serious when it comes to black credentials, because it's like y'all I'll say this, sometimes being transparent, a lot of you up north, particularly in the New York area, and a particular segment of Californians really let everybody claim blackness. And this is why I was telling Killer, Cardi B's not black, because look what we got here. Look what we got here. Look what we got here. Make sure we're on screen, because hey, come on now. Come on now. I'm gonna come with the information. So if people got any opinions on stuff, let's deal with the facts. Let's pull out from the horse's mouth. People say Cardi B's black. I said she's not. And look at this. This is a very particular question that they're asking, because this is going to set up a can of worms for a bigger case for the prosecution of the people who are going at Cardi B. So here we go.
Was there spitting?
Absolutely not.
Did you spit on Miss Ellis?
No.
Did you call her the N-word?
No.
What is your background? Are you Hispanic, white, something else?
Okay. My background?
Yes.
Well,
Objection. Irrelevance. Would you consider yourself African American?
I consider myself Afro-Caribbean.
Ma'am, you need to give your attorney a second to object.
Oh, sorry.
Relevance, yeah. Assisting.
Was there spitting?
Absolutely not.
So she doesn't say okay, there's two things to this, right? So for anybody that said she's black, she just told you she's not black. She clearly said she is not black. She didn't say I was Afro-Latina, though, because Afro-Latina, to me, lines up, it's more aligned with like white Hispanic, or it aligns more with attaching themselves to whiteness. When you say you're Afro-Caribbean, when you say you're Afro-Latina, I'm thinking about I'm thinking about Dominican, I'm thinking about light or white-skinned Hispanics. When you say you are Afro-Caribbean, I'm thinking about Jamaicans, Haitians, people from the VA. I'm thinking more of a blackness. But when we look at Cardi B's parents, to be honest, no, they got a picture. Got a picture right here. These don't look like Afro-Caribbean people at all. Let's be honest. Let's not talk about makeup, but let's be honest. This lady here and this guy here don't look Afro-Caribbean or Afro-Latina. I'm not saying she does not have any African DNA, but I believe she is positioning her answers to avoid certain hate crime charges. Number one, and number two, I'm just saying, man, Cardi B's not black. And what she is in court for can potentially permanently damage her reputation to her black female audience, which I think is something she needs to pay attention to. I don't know about this lawsuit in detail. I just know that beefing with a black woman, if that's what Cardi B is doing, if she's beefing with a black woman, nigga, this can get sticky real quick.
Yes.
What are form interrogatories?
Oh, honey, I don't know what that means.
What is special interrogatories?
I do not know.
What are requests for admissions? You don't know, right? Is that fair? You don't know?
No.
You do know?
No.
Okay. Do you know what's... Yesterday you had black hair, short hair. Today it's blonde and long. Which one is your real hair? Or are they both real?
They're wigs.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know that. It's a good week today then. Affiliation at this time with a gang? Objection, Your Honor. Do you have any affiliation at this time with a gang? Objection, Your Honor. Motion limiting that violates the order.
So they asked her about her gang affiliations. And the lawyer immediately objected those questions. Pay good money to your lawyers too, because any answer to that question could be perjury. We could find that you are, and that can be also added as something threatening to the person suing you. He cooked her, because this wig compared to the one she had on yesterday, this wig definitely is better, if you asking me. But yeah, man, they want to know about the gang.
Your fingernails, can you show them to us for all of us to see? How long are those fingernails? Just your best estimate. How would you take a ruler to it? If you were to give your estimate, is that half an inch, 1 inch, 2
I
inch?
think it has to be less than an inch.
And,
Way less than an inch.
right. Can you show them to us again? All right. Are they pointy?
These are not, to me, are not pointy. They're like circle, oval,
Okay. Are those your real nails or are they fake nails?
fake nails.
If I wanted you to change them to 3-inch nails, how long would it take for you to do that right now?
Well, it really depends. Like these take like 2 hours.
Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills?
December?
I'm sorry. February 24th of 2018. You remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at through it with you yesterday.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So putting her at scene of crime, like I said, I don't know all the details. Yeah, he's asking more stylist questions and like stuff related to the case. But yeah, even with this Cardi B situation, I don't know about everything in detail, but I'm pretty sure we'll be getting more news rolling out shortly. And like I said, man, hopefully they can get this all figured out. But if we get more damning information, so the whole time the victim was just a Cardi fan harassed. Okay, so maybe we can get some context right here. Hold on.
Cardi B's here. So I kind of speed walk. She said, oh my God, Cardi B's here. So I kind of speed walk.
And I'm gonna play all this. Like I said, I don't have a dog in the fight, so I'm not like pro person suing Cardi B. And I'm not pro Cardi B. I'm just trying to get all the information. So here we go. Some audio. Apparently, this was a fan, or what was the caption? Let me see one time. They're saying, well, this is a Cardi B page. So the whole time the victim was just a Cardi B fan harassing her. All right, and this is why I be trying to get down to the case, because I know there's a lot of fan pages that are gonna run with their narrative or the propaganda. So we got to get the facts as they lay bare.
She said, oh my God, Cardi B's here. So I kind of speed walk, but I feel her behind me. Then I hear her talking like, oh my God, Cardi B is here. So I turn around and she had her phone. She didn't have it here no more. Now she has it here. And I asked her, yo, why are you recording me? And she clearly looked like the security. She looked like the security guard. She's uniformed down. And I'm like, why are you recording me? Are you security? And she's like, oh, my bad. But then I'm walking and I feel her still following me. So like as I'm walking, speed walking, trying to look for the office, and she said, oh my God, Cardi.
All right, so for me, a little bit, that's why I want to find some type of clip where Cardi B is articulating herself somewhere, because now that I'm hearing about more context, so I guess the lady was what's the word I'm looking for? I guess the lady was a fan. You know what I'm saying? I guess the lady was somebody who, you know, maybe an overzealous fan. Cardi B takes a stand in court. So she got a civil lawsuit where she's accused of attacking a Beverly Hills security guard. So that's pretty much the situation. I just, I don't know, man. Like I said, hopefully it gets resolved. But right now, Cardi B's in a legal situation, So the next topic, like I said, we're coming down to the final home stretch of the show. I'm happy everybody's been in here for so long, man. I haven't been here for a couple of weeks. Actually, it's been a couple of weeks. It's been about a good 2 weeks. And we are running about on a 3-hour mark of the show. But hey, man, I told you we're gonna be here all day. I can do a whole 3-hour show dolo and maintain the audience, keep it cooking, bro. This ain't shit to do. So I want to make sure I provide you guys with a good show, man. Break the shit down. We're gonna, do some clips later on tonight. And this is Amanda Seales. And like I said, I wanted to go ahead and hammer all these topics down. I'm gonna say this before I play this. Do I agree with everything Amanda Seales says on this clip? Yes. Is she the right person to say this? In a certain context, yes. Because we do need non-Black Americans to tell other non-Black Americans what they can and cannot speak on or speak about with a level of contempt towards Black Americans. Yes, we can say it, but just like how everybody needs advocates in other subgroups, I do think it is necessary for non-Black Americans to tell other non-Black Americans to pipe down on topics pertaining to us. Yes, we should say it every time, but it should also be other groups of people echoing our sentiments. Believe that. Thank you for not bringing your mans. He didn't bring value. Listen, J Doug is my guy, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to ever like talk shit about him or like, you know, turn against him. But if you guys don't feel like he brings value, I will disagree. But I think sometimes when it comes to my content and the people who are used to watching me, y'all want to hear what's happening. And I think y'all like the way that I can break down a story or a timeline or a particular topic without yelling interruption, because with all these topics, I really couldn't get through this many topics with somebody else. That's why sometimes when it comes to a show with a bunch of things we need to talk about, I'm going to probably do those by myself because I want to get through everything. And if I have a longer show, not only that's chaotic. Yeah, I feel you. Not only do I want to get through, it's like this, right? If I got like today, if I got 10, 12 topics and I'm going to do a 3-hour show, if I have a co-host, whether it's Jada or somebody else, we're going to go, not only we're going to go back and forth and drag certain topics ad nauseum, that particular person may not even be able to stream 3-4 hours. So if a person may be only stream for 1.5 hours, 2 hours, and I already know I have a bunch of topics, and I already know it's going to take me a while to get through, it's like a double negative where I can't get through the topics in a certain amount of time, and I don't even have that much time with maybe a co-host. So when I have a show that may be backlogged with topics and everything, I think it's best for me maybe not to have co-hosts. Now, if I had like 3, maybe 4 topics max, and I get somebody to cook for me an hour, 1.5 hours to 2 hours, yeah, that's a show that can be co-hosted. But if I have a show with a bunch of topics, a bunch of videos, and I have my own personal talking points, and let's have people who want to call in short time spans, the best thing for me to do is pretty much like a solo show, so I can give you guys enough information that can be digestible in this amount of time, and you guys aren't, you know, getting the stream. You guys want information over theatrics. Understood. I feel you. Killa is a great co-host, and you know, like I said, Killa can call in anytime she wants to hop on, or like I said, Killa, when you live, if you want to call me on a show, if you want to get a show cracking together, you know, Killa, I'm always right here to do one. Killa is a great co-host, and like I said, so is J Doug, and so is Trevor Jackson, and anybody else, Aaron, you know, anybody else I co-host with. So here we go with Amanda Seales. I think this is a PSA statement. Here we go.
The daughter of an immigrant, it is imperative that Black people from other places understand the disparate difference that they exist from Black people in the United States. It is not the same, period. And ultimately, the best effort that we can do as a diaspora is to lead in understanding, not in judgment. So when I am talking to somebody from Sudan, from the Congo, from Angola, I am listening to understand their experience, not to undermine it. And I refuse to allow anybody from Grenada, from Angola, from any other place to come and try to undermine the experience of Black Americans. The daughter of an immigrant.
Which I understand. Like I said, I understand what Amanda says. I agree 100% with what Amanda Seales says, but this is something I'm going to add to what she said. Just because her, Roland Martin, Umar Johnson, Candace Owens, just because certain people can say certain facts or echo our talking points doesn't mean that they are an ally. It doesn't mean that they are welcome to the cookout. It doesn't mean they are welcome back to the party. Just because you are repeating talking points that have been echoed for years, and you decide that your new grift is going to be using talking points that you were not using 6 to 8 to 12 months ago, doesn't mean we forgive you for your past transactions as FBA Black Americans. Doesn't mean we trust you with our talking points, and doesn't mean that you now get a pass just because one day you decided to say the right thing. And I think we, as foundational Black Americans, as Native Black Americans, just because somebody throws us a bone doesn't mean we need to let them back in the party. Because just as quickly as she said that, we can also share this video that she said right here.
African Americans aren't African, we're Indian. Good. You go ahead and believe that. I guess the Africans in the Caribbean and Brazil, they're the only ones who are Africans, but not the ones in the US. I'm dumb as hell. Aren't I West Indian? My mother is. My father is not. My father is the descendant of chattel slaves in the United States. Why the fuck do we have to keep going over this? Do y'all lack the capacity to understand that people are multidimensional? That is how we became people, bros. Do you know that the original peoples, there was only like 10,000 of them, and they was all intermingling, and that's how shit expands? Hello? Hello? No, I am not West Indian. I am Caribbean. The Spanish genocided the Carib and Arawaks. The Carib and Arawak Indians of the Caribbean. Okay? And thus, I am the descendant of those who came after that. I am not the descendant of a genocided people. You see how that's not possible? You see how that's not possible? My mother's side, in the Caribbean, I am not indigenous. I am the result of chattel slavery and colonialism. Yeah. Yeah. I know, it's crazy. And on my daddy's side, I am the result of chattel slavery and colonialism. Now, there may be some Native American in there, but it's not enough. And this consistent necessity to disassociate, I don't know, there's like this weird obsession with like talking about what we were more than talking about where we are. Does that make sense?
Now, do you see prime example on why just because somebody echoes a talking point doesn't mean that they're really 10 toes down with the agenda of what we're representing, what we're doing. Like you trying to tell Black Americans that we don't have Native American ancestry, whatever. As somebody who does research like Amanda Seals, I would think that she wouldn't be so ignorant to be speaking on something so confidently that she doesn't have enough information on. And because she's half Tether, half Caribbean, you saying that we focus on more about where we've been more than where we're going. But when the records have been adjusted, when information has been hidden, when things have been lied and marked out or rewritten, you are goddamn right that Black Americans and anybody should be going back and finding out where they're from, what the Dawes Roll, the actual bloodlines, the actual Indian reservations and the Indian nations, and listen to their grandparents and great-great-grandparents doing their own research. My biggest issue with people who are not Black American is trying to tell us things that our own family members have told us and shown us in our own family history, lineage, and books. Like you trying to tell people what they are and you're not them. We're not going to go to Grenada or wherever she's from and try to tell her what she is or she isn't. So I don't think she or anybody else can come to Black Americans and tell us what we are or what we're not. And for her to say what she just said, then go around on Jubilee and act like a spokesperson for us is the same thing I'm talking about when you see these Democrats and Republicans taking foundational Black American grassroots talking points and platforming them as if they are their own thoughts or if they are the representative of these thoughts in these narratives. And that's a dangerous thing that we're going to see going into these midterms and into the next presidential election, where people need new grifts and new ways to galvanize the black vote. That's what I'm saying right now. Thank you. She don't clearly know the history of Louisiana, South Carolina, or Florida. All the roots that we come from. So, like I said again, you cannot be charmed and disarmed by Amanda Seals or any one of these people that we as the black community have already chalked up as useful coons for the system. And because they are platformed by places like Jubilee and use our talking points against bigger coons than them, it's like, bro, it's like, I'm not going to play the lesser of two evils or the devil you know versus the devil you don't when it comes to black identity politics, when it comes to just black advancement as a whole. Because what you're going to see over the next 18 to 36 months is them roll out new and old faces representing our talking points. So it's going to be up to black Americans to gatekeep these same talking points and to call out the people who are using them for their own advantages. Sometimes a broken clock just doesn't have hands at all. I agree. So I'm going to play this. Fair use. If Jubilee wants to copyright, cool, because I'm not monetizing this episode. So you can't really strike my channel down like that anyway. So I'm not monetizing off this episode. So here we go.
Look at rap. Look at what we're glorifying.
Right.
We're glorifying violence.
Who's we? Wait, who's we? Who's we? Who's
the black community?
Who controls the
black community?
Who controls the distribution of these sources of media?
And who takes it in? And who takes it in?
Listen, if you're okay, so let me put it in this context. If I have a company, right, and you guys are my employees, and I determine what you get to eat every day, that's also going to determine how you exist in this company, right? Like if you come to work and I say the only thing you can eat is processed foods and fried foods, and you're not going to get to have the best vegetables, etc. What's that going to affect? Your health. That's going to affect your ability to operate, etc. This is how the United States operates. There's a lot of us that don't want to admit that as much as accountable as we want to be, all of our brains also don't operate the same way. Some of us are much more apt to be indoctrinated than others. That's a fact. There is a 1% of people that knows this. There's a whole show called Mad Men that's about advertising, etc. And if we don't acknowledge multiple things at the same time, then we simply cannot stop it. We can be as accountable as we want to be. And I hope that if you're right, because I hope you're right, I wish that it was a situation where if black people could just be accountable, then nothing else would matter. But unfortunately, that hasn't been the case, because we have seen when we have Black Wall Street in Tulsa and we have Black Wall Street in Durham, that when we actually do hold our own and build our own communities, they will still come and run it down.
And this is what I'm saying again. And like I said, man, I'm not sitting here trying to take a side or anything, but what did she say? He was at Lil Nas X party this weekend. Nah. Hey, listen, chill out, man. But what Amanda is saying is true, and like I said before, bro, she's taking a certain stance, which I do believe that she represented very well in the debating these black Republicans. Like I said, doesn't mean she is an ally of ours. You can be homophobic and go to a debate table and argue for gay rights. You can be a racist and argue for civil rights. You can be against something and be a great debater, especially have a great skill. I can do that. Amanda can do that. You've seen me do that. If anybody who's ever been behind the scenes on the episode with me and J Doug, or who pays attention to me and on the Star Report, it's a lot of times me and Star go back and forth on topics that off camera we both agree on, but on camera we're going to go back and forth about. It's just what it is. When you do content, you have to have that skill and be able to develop that skill at a high level to debate on either side of the conversation. And Amanda is very well versed at that. And I think that she, like I said, she was good in representing a talking point, but it doesn't mean that she represents that talking point in her real life. And I want to play this clip also because the people I think that took the biggest media hit in the last month have been black Republicans. Because a lot of the black Republicans, when I watch this, a lot of black Republicans sound just as ignorant and naive as Black liberals. When I say that, sometimes I believe that we have a segment of Black. I think this is what I think, to be honest. Just like when we watch the news and something goes down in a neighborhood and they find the most ignorant Black person to put on camera and articulate the crime scene or the news scene, and they get up there and start jigabooing and speaking in Ebonics and being ignorant. That's what I think the Democrats and Republicans do when the liberals and the Democrats want to find a Black person to be the face. They find the most ignorant, wide-eyed, naive Black person to crash out on the behalf of the left with pushing alternate agendas, with pushing mammyism or degeneracy, and this whole acceptance thing, this whole weird ass shit. They always put a Black person, particularly a mammy or a gay Black man, to represent a left talking point. When it comes to the right, they always grab the most square, awkward looking Black person that looks like he is the Black Jasmine Crockett. Black man, you there? You peep. Just like right, Van Jones. You peep. Every time they need a crying Negro, 1-800 Van Jones. 1-800-CRY Van Jones. Or with this, they will get the most stereotypical Black Republicans to sit up here looking square. Look, every Black person that came up to sit across from Amanda Seals looks like the white person that says, I have a Black friend. Every Black Republican that came up here to debate Amanda Seals looks like the Black friend white people bring up before you about to slap shit out of them after they said nigga. Am I wrong? And then their talking points, like I said, they don't sound well informed. They don't sound like these are their own individual objective thoughts that they come to conclusions based off of research, experience, knowledge. It sounds like they sat around and watched their favorite right-wing talking heads and came to Amanda Seals and regurgitated these same right-wing think tank talking points. And I think this right here is a testing ground to see what narratives and what people can be used in the next election cycle. When they put these Jubilee things out there, I think these are focus group-esque content pieces put out there to gauge and read the temperatures of Blacks on the left, Blacks on the right, and Blacks on the middle, to see what they have to orchestrate on the back end to make it appear as a grassroots movement going forward, or to find the next useful tool to push the next narrative and the next talking point out of this focus group. So even though they dropped this, I'm looking at this as Black surveillance more than anything. Van Jones popped out of a cake at Anderson Cooper's birthday party. Allegedly, that's crazy. Conservatives, loud and opinionated about shit they never stopped to think. Thank you. But liberals are loud and emotional about things they never stop thinking about, and conservatives are loud and opinionated about things they never stop thinking about. It's literally like two sides of the same coin. It's two sides of the same idiocracy. Now, this big old Negro here, this crying, simping Negro here, look what he says.
For handouts, they were asking for equal opportunity, and we have equal opportunity.
I'm gonna say this too, bro. One thing I think that Black people, like well-spoken Black people, let me just say this, right? One thing, and I can see by Amanda's face, there's nothing more annoying to a well-spoken, well-educated, well-articulate Black person like me or Amanda Seals, even though we don't agree, but I'm just saying people who are readers, thinkers, can say multi-syllable words at a high rate. One thing we really don't like and that grinds our gears are yes a massa, yes a bossing, yahooing ass, soft shoeing ass, jigaboo, hucklebucking, mush mouth Negroes who speak on behalf of white supremacy. Like, it's one thing to be all that what I said, but if you sound like you just came off the plantation when you are trying to speak to me about Black racial relations, it becomes very hard for me to listen to you and to take you serious, because it's like you sound like Uncle Ruckus. It's like You can barely speak, and what you choose to struggle to say are coon statements and talking points. The little you can say that we can translate, that's legible, the little you can say that sounds like English, you mush your mouth and your spit up to say the most ignorant coon ass statements. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Amanda Seales, as crazy as she seems, is still more conscious of the Black American plight than the grifters we see today. Exactly. I agree, Big Yankee, I agree. But see, that in there lies a potential problem, because she is more conscious doesn't mean she will use her consciousness in the right way, or she's going to use her consciousness as a tool for the advancement of Black people. She is more conscious, but I would say Candace Owens is just as articulate. Roland Martin is conscious in a way of knowing things. We have a lot of people who are conscious about the same things and are as knowledgeable as us about certain things, and they use that knowledge against their own people. And I believe Amanda Seales, what she is doing, what we don't know, what Amanda Seales, thank you. I agree with Black. It is sad and pathetic, because as smart as we know she is to be, she stumbles with her influence and she stumbles with her responsibility. She's very clumsy with her platform and how it's being used or misused. Amanda Seales, she's one of the people that almost gets it, but she doesn't get it all the way. But we can be here all day breaking down Amanda Seales. But this is her versus the mush mouth.
In this country, we had a Black president, just in case you didn't know. We had a Black president and we had a Black vice president. I mean, I think she was Black. They said she was Black. I don't know. So we had a Black president, and you know who voted for that Black man?
And he, number one, and there's nothing I'm gonna say. This mushmouth Negro sounds very sassy. It's a lot of when he's talking, it's a lot of sass, a lot of moist sassiness coming out of his mouth. Number one, and number two, this is what I'm talking about. Just like the last person, the person before that, they don't have it's different from a Black conservative, where we're like, okay, I've heard Black conservatives talk, or I've taken a Black conservative stance on certain things. But when you hear like me, if I took a stance on Black conservative, I'm going to speak as somebody of Black culture, speaking from a conservative standpoint. We have people that are clearly outside of a everyday Black culture who low-key seems like they despise being around Black culture, pointing a finger or sitting outside looking in, are judging and speaking on Black culture. I have yet, even in this debate, I don't see people that look like me and you that are of Black American culture speak from a Republican right-wing conservative talking point that makes sense and doesn't sound like somebody gave you a sheet of paper to repeat. There are people that exist like that. I just do not see them on here. Read some comment. Amanda is setting up the next DNC Negro strategy. I can see that. That top coon Roland Martin. Come on, dog. FBA appeasement, DNC era begins. Yep. Which will lead to nothing. Yep. Sounds like a great T-Pain. Yep. So Lil Rel basically. Yep. Hey man, Blackman Bane. That's why you be cooking, man. Making jokes about Kamala when it's open forum to get the ball rolling. It's crazy, Salute J. Thank you, Ralph Lauren. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, even what he's saying about Kamala, like, I agree. Like, I never said Kamala Harris is Black, but you saying white people, well, Barack Obama, we had a Black president, didn't you know? Like, anybody says we had a Black president, bro, is immediately disqualifying you, because he was Kenyan and white. We had a tether president. We have never had a Black American president recorded history that we know of. Some people say Abraham Lincoln. Some people say we do, but we don't even know. What I'm saying is, anybody who uses that talking point, clearly that's what I'm saying. People are sitting here watching Fox News clips before they go sit down with Amanda Seales, and you think that we are going to take what you're saying seriously, like you have some type of political education or background, and you don't. You just watched Tucker Carlson and goddamn Hannity for goddamn 5 hours and came up here to debate and say the same thing they're saying. This was a plantation fest. This definitely was a plantation fest. Like I said, we had this buck dancing mushmouth sassy nigga. This was
white people, because you can't win a popular election in this country without white people. So Barack Obama is the product of white people. So let's get off this thing where, oh, America is so racist. What's making America so racist is people that continue to talk about racism and continue to focus on racism instead of focusing on unity and bringing our country forward. People that have these liberal mindset are infecting our communities, Black people, and making us victims and not victors. I refuse to embrace a victim mentality, because that's not what our grandparents and Harriet Tubman and those people fought for. They fought for
Do
equal
not bring up
opportunity.
Harriet Tubman's name in vain, baby. Please.
They said the
Harriet
Lord's
Tubman,
name in vain.
Harriet
The
Tubman,
Lord's name.
Harriet Tubman was literally saving her family and others from slavery.
Yeah. You know who helped her? White people.
You know who helped her?
They were on the Underground Railroad. Come on in.
No,
come
you
on
know
in.
who helped her?
Come on in.
No, you know who helped her?
God and
People who benefit from white supremacy. One of the things
It's a lie. White supremacy is a lie.
No, sir,
It's
that's
a
simply
lie.
not.
And I'm gonna pause this because what he's saying too is like this white savior complex that a lot of these coons have, where it's like they watch too many movies. They think that like slavery, thanks to white people, we got out of change. Thanks to white people, like we got to give credit to everything. And what people like him or a lot of these coons don't understand is that nothing that Black Americans got in America was ever gotten without extreme violence from Black Americans towards whites in white society. Everything we got, from civil rights to slavery to housing and jobs, Black people got violent as fuck with white people until white people said, you know what? I don't think I really want smoke with these niggas. Let's just give them what they asking for. So for him to say that, to thank God, like white people woke up one day and just gave us our rights, that's that Fox News talking point again, bro. I don't understand it. Rory in the building, damn homie, Sunday emptied her piggy bank on you, my G. It's great. She should have emptied her piggy bank to like put a hit out on me or something, bro. She should have put some money to like stop me from going live. But like I said, Rory, you gotta look at it like this, bro. You're talking about a bitch who put money up to prevent people from making phone calls because she was getting roasted, inflamed to the point of embarrassment. Nobody takes Sunday serious. Like literally, she paid me and Star hundreds, thousands, like not $100,000, but hundreds and thousands of dollars. She's out of probably $3,000 to $4,000 right now to prevent phone calls, not stop niggas from going live, not demonetizing pages, not clipping people from the internet, but for people to not make phone calls. I'm sorry, I can't get mad or even care, because at the end of the day, my YouTube's still going, my Cash App's still ringing. We have been live for going on 4 hours. I gave her an opportunity to go live yesterday with some chick, and she couldn't even do that. Like, how you stop me from making phone calls, and I can see if you got it off for free. You literally paid thousands of dollars to stop niggas from making phone calls. We're live right now. It's 94 people in here right now. I promise you, we're not worried about a phone call. The only issue and the only time an issue went away without talking about it was in genocides and extension events. That's what I'm saying, man. Roy said Black people didn't get violent. They marched and sung Negro spirituals. Man, Roy, stop. You better get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, Rory. Clickety clank, clickety clank. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah, what this guy's talking about is just straight bullshit. But we're gonna play this clip out because we're gonna end the show pretty soon. But we're on the last few topics. We're just gonna keep going ahead, Cook.
True. If that were not the case, then we wouldn't see the continued effort of colonialism and white people placing themselves in positions of power when they do not have the power.
Because their culture. Black culture is toxic. The Black culture is toxic. We have produced a culture that is toxic. And let's get on the fact that there's no fathers in the Black home. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Stop.
Let's talk about that.
None of this is gonna work if y'all are just gonna sit here and make up shit.
It's
not gonna work. No, a debate has to be in facts.
You're
you
putting
are
off
literally
emotional liberalism.
I am
right
not
now.
putting off emotional liberalism. You're putting off unfounded lies
That's what y'all
based
do. Y'all
in
start saying
conservatism.
misinformation. Remember they did the
is
misinformation thing all summer where everything
Look at
conservative
this man.
did. They said
You're carrying
misinformation.
a chain around your neck of an apartheid nation that actively wants to harm black people and
What about the
non-Jewish
apartheid?
people.
What
But
about
let
when-
me bring it
what
back.
about when
Let
black
me bring
people
it
were
back.
selling black people
Let me
in
bring it.
Africa
That was not happening
and
in
put
the
them
context that
cages,
you're saying.
And they were selling
Let's
their
bring
own
it
people.
back.
Black people still sell
Okay.
their own people today too. By
I don't
the
know
way.
if I'm gonna last.
We're selling our own people today
I don't know
too.
if I'm gonna
You
last.
probably won't last with me.
I won't because your ignorance is so
See,
overwhelming.
y'all, that's liberals. Y'all start name calling when y'all getting
it's
defeated
not
in an
name
argument.
calling.
Yeah, bro. Like this nigga was definitely sassy, definitely uninformed, and definitely here. It's just like I said, they're not coming up here, Mr. Mammy going, bro, thank you. It's like they're not coming up here and like being like, hey, we can agree on this, and like this is my problem with black conservatives and people like this. They're disingenuous and they're very low educated because it's like this. If a black conservative or black Republican came up and said, hey, the Democratic Party hasn't done anything for the advancement of black people since we've joined them, and just pointed out things about the Democratic Party that have harmed black people and said, you know, I'm going to give the right a chance because they don't grift to black people to get their votes and leave them hanging or something, whatever you said. I didn't hear anybody speaking on that. They just came up there and repeated talking points that were fed to them by white media. And that's why I feel like black Republicans are holding the biggest L of the month to me, because if this to me was the biggest platform black Republicans and conservatives have had that I've seen in popular culture. And for years to accumulate a groundswell of black conservatism only to be displayed in this low level, not even saying, but this low level of articulation with so many black Republicans, and none of these black Republicans sat up here and spoke as a black Republican on the behalf of black people. To be honest, they spoke as black Republicans as a black face for white supremacy and white talking points. That is my problem. And that's why I say black Republicans took the biggest L, because every black Republican who came here against Amanda Seals got cooked. And Amanda Seals is somebody you can cook if you know what the fuck you're talking about. The right black Republican could have went up there and cooked and fried Amanda Seals' boots. I don't know if Jubilee found the right ones or if they intentionally picked ones they knew Amanda Seals can cook. Because to me, all this is political theater. None of this is real. Everybody is a hired agent to me that sits down in Jubilee. Everybody is a hired and paid for agent. And this is like agent tryouts. Like whoever cooks, whoever goes viral, whoever has the best talking points gets platformed, gets put in an algorithm, and is put on the useful tools and fools list for the next election cycle. That no black fathers era of black America ended almost 30 years ago. That's how long the crack era was. Gen Z don't even remember that. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like maybe my generation, the millennials were like the last generation of like crack and fatherless homes. Like if you was born Gen Z, bro, like that wasn't even the life you lived. Yankee, my man, Mr. Maybe going hard. Debating is more than just repeating tired, debunked tropes and logical fallacies until they don't work anymore than over talk when you're out of steam. It's all we're watching right now. All my friends' fathers in their lives. I'm 33. Same here, bro. When I got to PTA, it's only black dads and a few Indian moms. So Mr. Mammy, knowing he got cooked and embarrassed, came on his page and wanted to get sassy in the car. Listen, I'm going to keep it a buck too. As somebody with 2 sports cars and leather seats, don't ever come to me in a cloth-seated car. And I'm not car shaming, but the way black Republicans talk, bro, I don't want to see any black Republicans talk the way these people were talking if you're not like rich and making 6 figures or something. Like I don't like honestly, bro, like the way these black Republicans talk about you don't have anything holding you back, or you don't have, it's not the white man's fault, you can't get right. I expect you to be pulling up in a drop top Mercedes wood grain gripping on chrome. I expect don't tell me about how black people get held back if you look like you got held back in the 3rd grade. If you look like your job held you back from the last promotion. If you look like the bitch you was dating held you back from getting some coochie. If you look like the financier at the car dealership held you back from the car you wanted on the showroom floor. If you look like white supremacy has held you back because of what you haven't done, don't tell me about who's being held back in Black America, bro. Because like I promise you, bro, it's niggas that the way this guy was talking, you gotta have more paper to be talking the way he was talking. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, the whites no longer feel the need to participate in their children's lives. They're America's nightmare right now. Man, I'm just saying, bro, like this dude, I haven't talked. Like I said, my main point is for guys like him to be talking the way they talking, bro. You need to be, bro, you gotta be sitting something nicer than this, man. I'm just saying.
Is am I Amanda Seal?
Yeah, bro, listen how you talk, mush mouth, nigga, tongue out of control, pause. But like this, I'm telling you, bro, be the mush mouth niggas that be the first thing they can stop stuttering to say is some white supremacist talking point.
Debate. She was the worst Jubilee surprise guest probably that they had. She was the stereotypical Black woman. She was angry. She was nasty. She threatened to have people removed off. There was one Black conservative who's known who was removed because she yelled at people several times. She threatened about 5 or 6 times. She was a diva. 6 or 7 times she threatened to leave. Now I'm thankful for the opportunity, thankful for getting to sit down with her. I respect her for what she's accomplished. But as a person, I have no respect for her. She was very disrespectful to me because I believe I destroyed her in my first to start off, and she didn't want to talk to me again. And I wouldn't want to talk to me because she can't beat me in a debate. A real debate where she's not yelling, she could not beat me because the facts are on my side. I don't care how much they lie and try to act like they aren't. I love Black people and I love myself. But you know, if you're Black and you have a difference in opinion in the Black community, you don't love yourself, and you're, because we're the only race that can't have. But that's the truth. She was the worst Jubilee guest celebrity person there was, and none of the Black conservatives liked her at the end. Like Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson, all the conservative, respectful. They treated other people's opinion with respect, not her.
See how he named a bunch of white folks? Now let's look at this picture. This is one of the people who went up there to argue with Amanda Seales. Now we're not doxing anybody. I mean, this picture that he posted, let me see. There he go, race is real. He brought it into race hoax. Exactly, bro. Damn, Amanda has sis in his bag, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Got real sassy. A lot of S's and E's. Okay, you see this nigga mustache? See his weird ass beard? I don't know one nigga with a beard like this. See, it be nigga. This is what I be talking about, bro. You can't I'm gonna give, because I know it's, like Melrose had niggas in his room paranoid, but he was right when he was like, yo, these people watch us. We have big enough platform to watch us, bro. This is since I do feel like certain political entities do watch certain pages. I'm not saying mine, or I'm not saying they are, they're not. But if anybody is, this is what I'm gonna say to you. If you are in a Republican think tank and you're responsible for Black people or the thoughts of Black people, the last thing, like, if you are trying to get Black people as Republicans, my best advice to you is stop grabbing Black people that make white people feel comfortable and grab Black people that make Black people comfortable. Grab Black people who look like the Black people that can galvanize the Black vote that you want. The more you go finding Black people that look non-threatening or that disarm your white base, the more it looks like you have ill intentions and are disingenuous with actually providing Black people with anything. Now, I'm not saying that when the Republicans listen to what I'm saying and grab a couple of Black faces that look familiar to what we come from, that they're going to actually be standing on anything tangible. I'm not saying they will just because they will come out and look like us, because that is kind of what the Democrats do, but Democrats do it to an extreme. Democrats grab the worst of us sometimes, like the Meg Thee Stallions, the Beyonce, they grab the celebrities and try to make face. If you can grab some normal, regular, conventional looking black people and not these niggas that are dressed like the best slave on a plantation that day. This nigga dressed like he was a slave of the day and he got to go to Cracker Barrel with mass in them. When you stop grabbing black people who look like they're that one black friend you have, when you stop grabbing black people that look presentable to whites but scary to other blacks, then maybe you can get the ball rolling on black conservatism. But as long as you keep getting these Uncle Tom Hucklebuck 1828 field nigga mustaches and saddles, you will never get the audience or the push that you want from black Americans. I'm sorry, but you won't. It's not going to happen. And to even drive that point home, here is a lot of the black conservatives, Lord and Savior, this nigga here.
Wait.
And this is another reason why I am not going to monetize this show. I'm not going to play the whole clip. I'm going to probably speed up a little bit. But I want you guys to listen because this is for educational purposes. And I want black people, black Republicans to hear what white conservatives, what white far-right think tanks and media personalities really think of the Candace Owens, really think of the black conservatives, the Jason Whitlocks. We got almost 100 people in here. I'm going to play this clip, and I want every one of you coons, every one of you black conservatives who think Whitey is your friend, here is what Whitey really thinks of you. Here we go.
You are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white. So there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. It's a good fucking thing you're black, because if you weren't, you would have been fired like Elijah Schaffer. You would have been fired like every other white person. Everybody knows that. Take a good look at everything around you, because you did not compete to get that. You got it because people feel sorry. People don't want to be called racist. They feel sorry. They need a black person to give them credibility. And if you can't see that, then you're just as ignorant as BLM. If you can't see that, if you can't be honest with yourself about that, you're just as ignorant as the marchers. As a matter of fact, you are as ignorant as the marchers. Just another ignorant crybaby. And you know what? I have no hatred. I really don't. I'm a little bit frustrated with the fact that people are going to challenge my credibility based on what I say, knowing what I've sacrificed, what has happened to me, what has happened to my family. And I'm not trying to play the world's smallest violin, but my sacrifice has been considerable. I have had a considerably more difficult go than almost anybody, because I was willing to tell the truth before it's fashionable about Israel, about race, about globalization, about a wide variety of subjects. Ever since I was 18, financial hardship, I've been totally outrageous at being said. With all of, and it's important to clarify that because you don't want to be typecast as the angry white man that's trying to gin up. I'm not trying to gin up racial resentment. I'm really not. I'm trying to tell you how white people feel. And I'm trying to tell you the truth. And here's the truth of the matter. White people are just fucking done. We're done with the excuses. We're done with the white guilt. We are done with crybaby, ethnic narcissist black people that cannot handle an adult conversation about race. We're done. We pay up the ass in property taxes not to live near these people. We work hard. We pay our taxes. We go to work. We work our fingers to the bone to create a good quality of life for ourselves and for our families. And it has been ceaselessly sabotaged for decades by these fucking animals. And by that, I don't mean every black person. I mean these predators. I mean these opportunists. I mean these adolescents. Where are the parents? Where's the community now? Where are they? I'm talking about these young adolescent men, black men, that film themselves running over a physics professor on his bike in New Mexico, laughing and kill him. I'm talking about the young black men that break into 20 businesses in Downers Grove overnight and loot the cash registers. I'm talking about the teen takeovers, the gangbangers. We don't want to live near this stuff anymore. And we all know what's going on. We all know who's doing it. We all know what it is. And we're sick and tired of black people not being able to be honest about it, not being able to take any responsibility. It's always someone else's fault. It's always some white person's fault. It's racism, it's poverty, it's the culture, it's the New Deal, the Great Society, it's Lyndon Johnson, it's the Democrats. You know what? No, I think it's you. I think it's just you. Conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views.
Okay, so tell me how you really feel, damn. Uh-oh. This white man doing his gender and inbred incels. And listen, if maybe I should do a trigger warning to certain people. Maybe that hurt some black people's feelings. Maybe it was some black people here that wasn't ready to hear that level of vitriol and racism. But I wanted you to hear it. I wanted black conservatives to hear. I wanted loud black far right-wing conservatives to hear what he is saying, because what he is saying is what that group really thinks of black. Because he just literally told you out of his own mouth. You Candace Owens, you Jason Whitlocks, you mushmouth black tools. We don't even fuck with you. We don't even like you because you were used. What Republicans are literally saying to you, what this man is saying to you, is that you black right-wingers are used as tools just as much as the left-wing liberals, to the point where he's resentful because he feels like the Candace Owens and Jason Whitlocks got easy passes, because as long as, like he's literally telling you, as long as they can put a black face with the white talking point, that will be a more effective grift than even using him to say the same things they are saying. That's my point. You, as long as you are black and you want to side with the political party, you will only be used as a tool for said political party. And just because you are liberal or just because you are conservative does not mean white supremacy won't use you and hate you at the same time and resent whatever success you may get by being used by them. They will use you to get what they need and still get mad at the crumbs you get because you got them. Because at the end of the day, it don't matter what you do for them. They don't fuck with you. And you will only be used as a tool for them to the point of resentment by them. Now I'll read some comments. Where experience coming from? These are opinions of people who are chronically online, slave owner mindset to the core, entitlement to the evil core. Whatever you feel about what I played, I hope you feel it, because I want black people who may not be familiar with him. I won't even say his name online because he's banned everywhere. I don't even know where this episode is going to go after I play this. But what I'm trying to get, because this is for educational purposes, this is fair use. I want to show people who are not familiar or who may be drifting to a certain side, because I'm not Republican or Democrat, but I am conscious on who is being platformed and who is going to be the next Bill O'Reilly, who's going to be the next Tucker Carlson's, who is going to be the next Hannity, right? We have to study them how they study us. We have to watch who's up and coming in their sectors the way they watch who's up and coming in our sectors. Kanye West platformed him. The same Kanye West a lot of y'all was glazing for. Kanye West put him on a lot of the mainstream radars. So what I'm saying by telling you people this is that no matter where you go, no matter who you think is on your side, they're never going to be on your side. All right? As long as you understand that, stop allowing them to use you as a useful idiot and a useful tool to advance their agendas. Is the white man done? What he's saying is they don't have to be done with anything but niggas right now. That's his point. If they can be done with niggas, they're gonna be done with niggas. Is the white man done with all the AI taking his job? I hear you. Candace Owens, Jason Whitlock at the kiddie table of the conservatives, they not taken seriously. I believe you. Me and you on the same page. This white man going to start studying, upskill to work harder and smarter, less chronically online. Somebody don't take his job. I miss the days when Milo was the worst we had to deal with. He beefing with Milo. Why do you say crying even when he controls his own demise? That victim, it's like they tell black people not to have a victim mindset while they profit off of them having a victim mindset. It's the same. Like Nick Fuentes, to me, this kid is the same thing as Tamika Mallory to me. They're like the same people. Nick is the white version of Umar Johnson without school. We already studied them. Unlike them, we know their history. That part is why they're mad. I agree. So before we do a quick music review, I will say this, man. This has been a dope show. We're going on 4 hours. I told y'all this was going to be a long show. I told y'all I will sit up here and cook for 4 to 5 hours, dolo by myself. We got 96 people in here, 82 from X, 13 on YouTube, and 1 person on Twitch. Like, what we doing, bro? I can hammer out. I'm telling you, bro, we're going to hammer out a show 3-4 hours, bro. No guests, no callers, no contributors, no nothing. Just me straight freestyling off the topics as long as I got everything organized in a chronological order, bro. We can, bro, come on, dog. Y'all know how this is. I do shit off the muscle. No liquor, no weed, no nothing. I ain't puff nothing. I ain't drink nothing. It's just straight water and Gatorade. Okay, so first, let's go down on the albums, right? Let's go down on the albums. The first album, I will say, Gunna dropped a new album, right? Gunna dropped a new album. What was his album called again? Let me look. The last one, right? I'll be honest. If I got to do a quick Gunna review, the last one, let me pull it up real quick. If I got to give you guys, this is just, what the cover is, just so we can continue. I'm just going to put the cover real quick. Yeah, they are embarrassing on history. Let me read a few more comments before I get on this. Black McBain, you know how you got that one friend they keep bringing up, or that ex you hate that you're embarrassed of? That's how white people feel about slavery, eugenic, black codes, Jim Crow, anti-black. Yeah, it's like they don't want you to bring up the shit they be on. It's their own embarrassing history. Facts. Gina trying to clear his name, obviously. Facts. Yeah, so Gunna, the last one album, I'm gonna be honest. Gunna, I guess maybe that's what you're trying to say. When I listen to this Gunna album, I'm gonna be honest, on a scale to 1 to 10, I'm gonna give this Gunna album, to be honest, I'm gonna give it a solid 8.9. I give it a solid, and there's another reason why I didn't go live, because I spent a lot of time the last 2 weeks listening to music. So the Gunna album, I didn't want to give it a 9. It's definitely not a perfect album, but because of this album is sonically pleasing. This album is a sonically progressive Gunna album where, yes, it sounds like him. It sounds like he's on brand with his sound, but the lyrics and the maturity have elevated. And I think a lot of times people say people make the same song. And the reason why I don't like when that narrative gets pushed is because they're not making the same song. They have a sound that they have identified that caters to their core audience. So when I listen to this album, I enjoyed it. I'm going to say it was a 8.9 out of 10. It sounds on brand, and I can hear the progression in the music. So Gunna definitely gets 8.9 out of 10. Young Nudie, right? He dropped an album. Paradise. Let me see if it's up on here. I don't even think it's up on here. That's crazy. Let me see if I can find Young Nudie's album. Anyways, right here. He just dropped a new album. If you guys didn't know, you dropped August 8th, Young Nudie, Paradise, right? Another artist, just like Gunna, an Atlanta artist to me that has a particular sound. Pierre Bourne produces a lot of his beats. I don't know how many beats Pierre is responsible for on this album, but it was an easy listen. It was a fun listen. I enjoyed it. I'm going to say that I'm going to give Young Nooney's album a solid Paradise. I'm going to give it a good 8.5 out of 10. Now you're like, oh my God, you got high scores. Bro, these are good albums. I love the beat selection. Nooney always has some of the best beats, and his flow, the way he raps, is consistent. Like, Nooney does not drop bad projects. One of my think is probably one of the most underrated rappers to me as far as discography and quality of it. His album covers are always A1. So with the Nooney album, I'm definitely going to say from the beat selection and his consistent flow alone and my expectations of a Nooney project, 8.5 out of 10. I really enjoyed it. It wasn't bad. It was a good listen to. I like to go back to it. Really good. Third album we're going to do a review on, Chance the Rapper, bro. Chance the Rapper, somebody that I was not giving a fuck to listen to and could care less if he dropped a project. I actually gave his project to listen to, Starline. And when I say I was pleasantly surprised at that album, I'm going to be honest. I enjoyed that album, Starline. I enjoyed it. He talked about the toxicity in the Black church, the hypocrisy in the Black church. Very introspective album about relationships. I think as a grown man over 30, this album really sounded mature. It really sounded like grown man, but young man raps. Like, okay, I'm too old to not have these types of thought patterns and to not really think about things in a deeper way. I think this Chance album, to me, Starline was a coming of age album. And coming of age album is no age restriction to coming of age. Like 444 was a coming of age album. Life's Good, Nas was coming of age album. This to me is a coming of age album for Chance the Rapper. It's very relatable. I like the subject matters. I like some of the obscure features of artists I haven't heard before. Very, very, very good album. I'm going to give that a 7 out of 10 because a little bit towards the end, it was a couple of songs that I just wasn't fucking with and I didn't like. So I'm going to give that a 7 out of 10. But I do like the album. It was a pleasant surprise. I liked it. Now, Offset dropped an album, right? Kari. I like the album. I think it's good. I'm going to give it a 7.8. And you're like, damn, you think he had a better rap album than Chance? I like more songs. It's like this. I think Chance had better songs. Like the best songs on Chance's album were better songs than what was on Offset's album. But Offset had more songs that I liked. Okay. Offset had more songs I liked, but Chance had better songs. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm able to. That's right, it was cool. Offset 8 out of 10. If that makes sense to you, it's cool. If it doesn't, cool. The track quality to me, Offset, a lot of these tapes like Offset, Chance, Earl Sweatshirt, Lupe, it is not. I had low expectations. I didn't think I would enjoy them as much as I did. So for Offset, 7.8 out of 10. Just the track quality, the song selection, the beat selection. I was very impressed how he curated this tape. So I'm going to give that album once again a 7 out of 10. Track quality is a highlight. Second, Ghostface Killah. Ghostface Killah, another album, Supreme Clientele 2. I enjoyed it. I liked it. My favorite song on that album that I think probably gets the most play so far is where's the shit at? Love Me Anymore, track 15, him and Nas. It's that one song. You abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore. Boom, 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 boom. That was a sample. It was fly. I really love that. And if I go off camera, if this shit cuts off at the 4-hour mark, it's cool because I'm like 6 seconds away, but I'm going to keep talking until like the whole stream ends because that's how we get down. So I think that was fire. Okay, we still live. Cool. I think that was fire. Ghostface Killah project from the beats, the theme of Supreme Clientele 2, the fact that some of these songs have been archived and he brought them back out. I'm going to give Ghostface Killah a solid 8 out of 10 because the beats selection was premium. The theme of the album, I think it was great. I appreciate it. Let me see. Black Bane said, "I'm happy for Offset getting a good solo career. Seems like a good dude." Yeah, I liked it. That Ghostface, I'm telling you, that Ghostface album to me, the top 2 albums I've been listening to out of everybody has probably been between Ghostface and Gunna 1 and 2. I'll say Noonie 3, Offset 4, Chance 5. We got 2 more albums. Earl Sweatshirt. And I know we're probably getting to some of you guys don't listen to Earl Sweatshirt, but like I said, man, I cover hip hop. So even if I may not be looking forward to listening to some rap albums, I'm going to listen to them anyways. I'm going to give you guys my take on it, right? I don't know why it's like Wi-Fi going slow. Okay, so Earl Sweatshirt, he dropped his album. Personally, what I got from the Earl Sweatshirt album was it was cool. It was a lot of rapping, but it reminds me of like MF Doom, where I didn't really get, or maybe I just didn't understand what the general theme of the album was. I like the Joe Budden skit. I like some of the funny things. I like the fact that he put his personality in this tape, but I didn't, and I'm not saying he couldn't rap, because I think he can rap. I just don't know what the fuck he was really rapping about. The beats were cool, but the beats weren't anything that made me run back to the tape multiple times. And I didn't really feel a consistent flow of a direction on where he wanted us to go on this tape. Cool if that's your type of thing. Me personally, I just didn't get what we were supposed to get out of this outside of you can rap. Like, when I listen to Gunna, when it's like Gunna impressed me because it's like, okay, you did it again. Because the last one, you did it again. Impressive. Young Noonie impressed me. Chance impressed me. Offset impressed me. Ghost impressed me. Earl, I know you can rap, but I wasn't really impressed, or I didn't walk away from the Earl Sweatshirt project with anything new that I didn't already know about Earl Sweatshirt. That was the one project that I didn't really get anything out of. So I gave him a 6 out of 10. I gave him a 6 out of 10 because I didn't want to give him a 5 or a 4 because there might be some Earl Sweatshirt fans out there. So I just want to give you guys some grace. But if you want to give me my personal opinion, his rapping skills alone is why I can't put it under a 5, because I'm still somebody who likes lyrics. So for the skill alone, I can't put him under a 5. So the lowest I can really go is a 5 or a 6. I'm going to give him a 6. And the last album, Lupe. Now, I could, like I said, we could do a way longer show and break this album down in detail. Maybe I'll get with a hip-hop platform and break this down more in detail. What was this album called? It was like Samurai 5 or something. Let me go Lupe Fiasco. His last album was like Samurai 5 or something. I literally, because it was 5 tracks. So let me see if I can find it on here. Let me just type in Samurai. Yep, Samurai DX. I think that was called Samurai DX. Okay, so, and this ain't even an album. So I'm just going to just speak on what the fuck he did, right? Maybe we can find it here or something. It's only 5 tracks, but I'm going to just say this about his album, right? Cut to the chase. Lupe Fiasco's album was really good. I don't want to be sound like a hip hop head or anything, but I'm be honest. It was 5 tracks. I enjoyed all 5 songs. I'm trying to find I'm trying to find like a good, maybe it's right here. I'm trying to find like a good track list on the internet right now, but it's not giving me one. Maybe this is it. Let me see when this dropped. Okay, this is it. 5 songs, right? I'm going to keep it a buck. I enjoyed all 5 songs. The beats were banging. The rapping was nice. I'm going to give this Lupe project a 5 out of 5 because it was 5 songs, 5 out of 5. I really enjoyed it. I really loved the beats. The features were not overbearing. I get the concept and I get what I said about Earl. I didn't get the direction. I'm giving you what great. I didn't get a consistent direction with the Earl album. With the Ghostface Killer album, I love the theme. i.e. a direction. Offset, the track quality, i.e. a direction on where we're going. Chance, subject matter, a direction in a theme. Young Noonie, the beat selection and flow. The beat selection matches the flow and it matches the cover art, so there is a theme. Even to the track titles. Gunna, the sound is on brand and it is a progressive story of his discography. It is a story, it is a direction and a theme. Lupe, Samurai DX, short, sweet, discreet like a samurai. Perfect. 5 out of 5. I cannot complain. So once again, go down the list one more time. Gunna's album got a 8.9 out of 10. Gunna's album got a 8.9 out of 10. Young Noonie's project got a 8.5 out of 10. Now we're gonna go back. I'm sorry, I don't want to be repetitive, just for clip purposes. Gunna, not 8.9 out of 10 based off of the sounds and how on brand he is with the beat selection and the progression in his lyrics. Young Noonie, he got an 8 out of 5 because the beat selection and the flow, the subject matter, and the track titles match the aesthetic of the cover. So he gets an 8.5 out of 10. Chance the Rapper, his last album, because of the subject matter, a coming of age story, very deep controversial topics like the Black church he wasn't scared to address, the fearlessness that he displayed and the transparent lyrics and the nature of his raps is what impressed me in that. But even with all that, I'm still going to say 7 out of 10 because some of the tracks I didn't like and some of the things that were on the album just wasn't my style and it just didn't. If that's for your thing, maybe that was catered to that audience over there. It's just certain things. It's not that I didn't like this, what he was talking about. Just the song which didn't move me as much as the other songs. Like the really good songs really moved me. The ones that weren't all that didn't do nothing for me. And that contrast alone is why Chance is a 7 out of 10. The good tracks to me are 10 out of 10. The bad tracks to me are like 4 to 5 out of 10. So we had to even it out at like a 7 out of 10. Offset, 7.8 out of 10. The track quality, this is my favorite Offset album. The fact that he can do a solo project is kind of reminds him and Gunna have tracks together. His progression of a sound, the constant theme, it wasn't too messy about his drama, but it was like Gunna production and Chance the Rapper subject matter. Chance and Offset to me had coming of age, recently divorced. I'm not going to spend too much time on my divorce in particular, but I'm more speaking on my reflection as a man and how I see myself, flaws and all. So I would definitely give that a 7 out of 10 for track quality. Like I said, it was great. Ghostface again, 8 out of 10. Beats, theme, features, nostalgia. It was just the perfect old head hip hop album. It was a perfect, to me, boom bap rap album. If you know me, I fuck with Wu-Tang. Ghostface Killah is my favorite rapper out of Wu-Tang. So to get a Supreme Clientele too and not be disappointed, like I said, my favorite track is him and Nas. But that track, him and Nas, bro, listen, that is the shit. That is the shit. Okay. And last two, Earl Sweatshirt, 6 out of 10. Love the rapping, but I don't see a direction. But good album, just don't see any direction behind it. Lupe Fiasco, Samurai DX, 5 out of 5. Good sounds, great lyricism, no complaints. There's only 5 songs. I like all 5, so I got to give you a perfect score. I'm not saying it's a perfect album, but it's just like with a Daytona. I give Daytona a 7 out of 7. I can't call it a classic because it's not enough songs, but when we get these little EPs, if you give me something less than 8 songs, there should not be a miss on there because most good albums that you love only really got 7 good songs on them, to be honest. Anything past 7, niggas be trying to run and call it a classic. So let's go read some comments before we close out tonight. FBJ, you got to stream every day. You're right. Lenny Trees, you're right. I do have to stream every day, and I'm going to push myself to stream every day because we do need that content. And I'm pretty sure if I got on like the Poetic Flacco tip where I was here every day breaking news, telling stories, the views would go up. And I think kind of what you saying in a way, what we kind of do need in this space is somebody who's a consistent reporter, but doesn't give off like I've been in the house being a nerd. I'm scared to go out. I think what we need the most in this media space, and I'm not trying to pick myself up, is somebody like me that people know that be outside, that it is of the culture, comes from the culture, contributes to the culture, and that can still come back, break it down live on YouTube, on X and other platforms, and I look and sound like somebody who's believable, somebody that can speak on the culture. And I'm not on the outside looking in. I'm not reporting like on academics or in Flacco, in support of academics, Flacco, and the people who do these types of things. It's not a diss to anybody, but I think people are more galvanized towards hip hop media that looks like they have been raised in the culture of hip hop, especially if you're Black American. So Lenny Trees, just on behalf of that, bro, like I'm definitely going to be going live tomorrow. Nas is definitely on a crazy feature run. To me, Nas is the greatest rapper alive. I love Hov too. I love both of them as rappers, but I'm going to say Nas because Nas is still doing features and getting on some of the best beats and dropping music, and he hasn't missed a ledge. So I'm definitely going to give it to him. Nas was saying the same shit on that Ghost song FBJ been saying about Black lives and conservatives. My nigga. And if you understand the sample that they used, it hits harder, bro. It hits harder. Like it all comes together, bro. And Black and Bane. So I rock with you. So I rock with y'all on my shows. Like we got our own tribe. We see some things similar ways. And I'm telling you, bro, some of the things, like I said, some of the things in the chat, I don't have to say because y'all gonna pretty much say it without me saying it. So I really appreciate like what you just said. I was thinking that, but I wasn't gonna say it because I didn't want to tie everything back together. But Black and Bang, you said it for me, so it just adds more of validation to it. No more thick-thighed Elmer Fudd. I'm sorry, I can't read. I'm reading like I'm from Memphis. No more thick-thighed Elmer Fudd talking tethers, please. I agree. That's why I be in the gym too, man. I want to be on camera all day getting swollen. So I just on behalf of hip hop, I feel like this sometimes, bro. Like if I care enough about hip hop, like I think I do, then I should be going viral every day. I should be going up every day. We should be dropping clips because we don't need people outside the culture telling our stories. So Lenny Trees, Black and Bane, stream every day. We need that content. No more thick-thighed Elmer Fudd talking tethers. All right. So with that said, we have passed the 4-hour mark. We're going to pass 4-hour and 15-minute mark. We've been here on 4 hours, bro. And the minute I end this stream, you know what I'm going to do for us tonight? Cut up clips. So by the time we go to bed and wake up tomorrow, I'm going to have clips. And we got a 4-hour show. So that means I'm going to have clips about what we talked about for next week. So you're going to see hella shit getting posted at FBJ. We're going to be going crazy. Rampage Jackson, son, we talked about that. That was crazy. But yeah, man, because we got over 70,769 views this month already. So we're only 30,000 away. The first is, I think, Monday. So I'm pretty sure we can definitely get 30,000 views in the next few days. We can do like 5,000 views a day on the low end. But FBJ looks Jamaican. Hey, man, some people think I look, listen, you know what the funny thing about it? One day I look Jamaican. Another day I look white. Whatever you say, guys, right? You be eating off content for a month. Yeah, that's why we kind of trying to tell some people sometimes, like, bro, the way I do my content, bro, between here and TikTok, I cut up the dope. It's like an episode's a brick, and I break the brick down to the nick, to the gram, to the half a gram, and I redistribute it. So I do make more money off of content people, may not understand, but the way you can chop up and do distribution of your content is maximizing the profit. It's like if an episode is a brick, you can sell a whole brick for wholesale. You can chop the brick down and divide it and break it down and maximize your profit margins. And that's what I do in my episodes. So I just want to thank everybody who's been here for the last 4 hours. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Clips will be dropping. We are going live as normal schedule, whether it's just me going live or you see me with J Doug, Killer, or anybody else going live, bro. Like I said before, man, I'm not even tripping off of somebody paying thousands of dollars. It's the dreads, dude. Calm down. I ain't no, we calm, we chilling. Like I said, bro, we live, bro. Like I said, bro, you can pay thousands of dollars so I can't make a phone call to a show, but nigga, we're approaching 7,000 subscribers, bro. We already paid and monetized, man. Like you guys have been cash out me for the last 4 hours, bro. So, as long as you guys are here, nobody can stop anything we got going on. And we always win it, man. So I appreciate you guys. Stay safe. stay prepared, stay vigilant, man. And like I said before, bro, I appreciate you guys so much for tapping in today, watching us for 4 hours. Everybody in chat, Black McBain, Killa, Carlton One Way, Shakiria, Big Yankee 89, Rory came through, tapped in, Ricky Young. I'm just reading through the comments. Like I said, Gifted and Curse. Who else? Melanated Brown, Salute Melanated Brown. Brian was the first in commenting. I commented the heels in this bitch. So salute to all y'all, man. We got over 94 people in this motherfucker right now. So we ended on a high note. Salute. You have a great night. I'm gonna run the background and see you guys later, man. Peace. Salute.
Yeah. Run it. Run it. Run it. Fight. Solo missions to Miami, average speed on 95 was 95. Stoned on Ocean Drive, hotel was prime. Little bit after the quarantine, but it was still live. All the restaurants had the custies eating outside. I caught a lot of looks, but they was with they man. I look and smell exotic, baby, so I understand. She wanna get erotic with me, so I had to plan. I turned into a Kuma quick and got in my demon stance. Baby, grab the sticks. Bed bugs biting all the pillow, talking lame. Kind ejection tabs on my Jordans. Now this is baby first time ejaculating. She's a squirt or not. She gets so flirtatious when I squeeze a button, hold her down. Yeah. The sex was like an angelic demon dance. Should've made her sign a waiver in advance to make it clear that she got a share. Either you compete or you can drown in fear. You can complete the task or disappear. Bring something edible to my table, come grab a chair. If you ain't